I get drunk. Every Tuesday. I play funk. Every Tuesday. I tell lies. Every Tuesday. I get high. Every Tuesday. I never try. Every Tuesday. I let loose. Every Tuesday. Wild goose. Every Tuesday. I take a ride. Every Tuesday. I nearly die. Every Tuesday. I give up. Every Tuesday. Shut up. Every Tuesday. I call in sick. Every Tuesday. Suck my dick. Every Tuesday. I kick your ass. Smoke your mother's grass. Every Tuesday. Stay up late. Every Tuesday. I masturbate. Every Tuesday. I look great. Every Tuesday. Straight hate. Every Tuesday. Get paid. Every Tuesday. Get paid. Every Tuesday. Taco loco. Every Tuesday. Johnny Yoko. Every Tuesday. Nice dinner. What are you up to, dinner? I get drunk. Every Tuesday. I play funk. Every Tuesday. Stay away from the phone. Every Tuesday. Just leave me alone. Every Tuesday. I'm living large. Every Tuesday. I'm in charge. Every Tuesday. I light an incense. Every Tuesday. Gene Vincent. Every Tuesday. Get the notion. Every Tuesday. Rub on a little lotion. Every Tuesday. Keep it busy. Every Tuesday. Pump is busy. Every Tuesday. I thank God. Every Tuesday. For a hot ride. Every Tuesday. Come on your face. Every Tuesday. Play the boogie bass. Every Tuesday. I told you. Say what? No. Love metal. Every Tuesday. Heavy metal. Every Tuesday. Nice sweater. Every Tuesday. W double G's the letter. Tuesday. I make a fire. Every Tuesday. Cool desire. Every Tuesday. I speculate. Every Tuesday. Ejaculate. Every Tuesday. Every Tuesday. I get drunk. Every Tuesday. I play funk. Every Tuesday. I get high. Every Tuesday. I make it cry.
Mute
Unmute.
and unmute.
You didn't unmute.
Okay.
You're good.
Unmute. Okay, there. I think I got it. We have a special, very special show today, you guys. Thank you for being here. I'm Diane Russell, and we have a special guest. Her name is Michela Smith, and she's calling and joining us from the Democratic Republic of Congo. I'm learning something. And she's going to tell us about what's going on there because none of us know. And I kind of had a little panic attack going, I don't know anything about what's going on in Africa. Zero. Nothing. And that's why you're here today, because you're going to tell us what's been going on and all our fears and all the things that we thought were true are kind of true. Am I right?
A lot of them are. A lot of them are true. And sometimes it's much worse than you actually imagined.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Michelle, for the audience and for the people who are listening in on our live stream, why don't you introduce yourself and, you know, give us some of your background. We did talk yesterday, so I know, and I just rather you reiterate it.
Yeah, so I'm Michelle Smith. I am a U.S. citizen, but I live in the Democratic Republic of Congo in a city called Goma. I work here as a missionary and a humanitarian. I've been here for 8 years, um, and obviously, um, I came here with some knowledge of what's happening here. But over the last 8 years, I've really educated myself on um, just the geopolitical aspects of what really goes on internationally and how Africa and Congo specifically are used and abused by the rest of the world.
Right.
And that it goes way back in history. I got interested in Congo when it was still called Zaire back in the 90s. And I was at university and had an assignment where I needed to choose a country that stabilized the other countries around it. And I decided to take a twist on that and say, well, what if it was a country that appeared to stabilize other countries, but was really destabilizing?
Right.
And I chose Zaire. In the midst of that, all hell broke loose in Central Africa and in this region. Multiple genocides, wars started, and it's always just captivated my attention. I've always just had a heart for Congo, and then I had an opportunity about 10 years ago to travel here. And rather than go to law school, I decided I would take a chance and come out to Congo and see what it was about. And I went back to the US and said, I'm moving to the Congo. I'm going to go work there and feel like I have a job and a situation that's actually empowering other people, assisting other people, and helping other people in this world. That's kind of a little synopsis.
Well, and it's so great because, a lot of people, they would shy away from doing this. People in general are kind of selfish, and there's not a lot of people would do this. There's not a lot of people who would, move to Africa and help other people for the sake of maybe saving a few lives, because from what you've told me yesterday, it's just a war zone, and it's not just where you are, it's everywhere, right? I mean, there are places where it's kind of, but then you've got dictators, you got little countries, you got big countries, they're all right next to each other. They've got massive natural resources.
Yeah, it's the whole region is pretty unstable. It's all holding on by a little tiny thread. And actually the instability here has layer upon layer, and it actually is advantageous to the West and advantageous to the East. And so the powers that be around the world.
You mean the instability is advantageous? Is that what you meant?
It's to the advantage of the U.S., to Europe, to Russia, to China, and it's something that I'm not sure will ever end. But with people like me in place, then at least maybe we're making a difference one life at a time.
Yeah.
And and we don't know. We don't know if we're raising maybe the next president of this country that will make a big difference.
Right.
You don't know. You don't know who you're touching when you touch people.
Yeah.
And when you talk to people.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I think it's a really,
just like coming on your show, I have no idea who I'm talking to.
Right.
And how it might affect them. But it's worth it.
Well, I think
it's worth it.
I think that you have an important message, and a lot of people here listen to Hal Sparks, and Hal Sparks has Philip Ittner on, and Philip Ittner is living in Ukraine, in Kiev right now, and he's like the war correspondent. We find out what's going on from him. And nobody knows what the hell's been going on in Africa. Nobody. We don't hear about it. Our media sucks. So they don't tell us, so we don't know. And who's going to go there and report on it? It's You know, it's like
Yeah.
it's like a gaping hole of, hey, it's bleeding. Why isn't it leading? You know what I mean? Like, those are
Yeah.
your rules, you assholes, and you're not covering it. So, I don't know. It's gaping hole
I
in
think
our
that there's
media.
more than one part to why these wars don't get covered. The first part being they're complicated because they go back all the way into colonization. And so you're going back into the 1800s,
Right.
starting, with these issues. And that's complicated. It's not easy to put in a news article. It's not easy to put in a sound bite for Fox News or for MSN, NBC. It's not easy. And I have a housemate that is a war correspondent actually, and he struggles with that because every time he goes to write an article, his readers don't have any context, and so he really struggles with how much context do I give them before I overload them,
Right.
and then they just don't pay attention because it's just too much.
Well, it's just like the Middle
And
East.
then
Middle East they've been warring for a millennia. It's never gonna stop. And that's what I
Family
kind of
Feud that goes back 10,000 years.
Yeah,
So.
that's my point. It's like it's been going on for so long, and these kids think that they're gonna stop it by doing these little protests here in the States in their college campuses. Well, guess what, kids? We protested going into Afghanistan and Iraq, and it did nothing. We were in there for 21 years in Afghanistan. So it's, I get the need and the right to protest and everything, but what difference does it really make? I don't really see it. And we protested. We've done everything we can and give money to Ukraine and support them because they've been attacked. And I support Ukraine because they're because Putin's a fucking dictator. And that's the other thing we were talking about. Putin's got his little fucking filthy little fingers in everything. Everything. You were even talking, you were talking about how, the Russians, the Iranians, the South Koreans, the Chinese, all of the bad actors are in Africa trying to fuck things up.
Well, where I am right now, I would tell you literally the whole world is here.
Yeah.
So there are people here in the UN from multiple countries. There are people here with humanitarian organizations from multiple countries. Then you have the private sector, the mining sector, the business sector, solar energy, all of these. They're from all over the world, and I find it interesting that the entire world can show up here, but then the rest of the world knows nothing about it. And why are they here? Why is everybody here? Why do they fight over this little, piece of rock that we have? And
because of the natural resources.
It boils down,
right?
Yeah, I mean, it boils down to technology and minerals. They need the minerals. So, and before the minerals, it was rubber. They needed rubber to push on, the automotive industry and the industrial age.
Right.
And so, it's always been, what can we take from Congo? Every country comes here with the idea of, I'm going to get a piece of Congo, and they do. They leave with a piece of Congo. So it's quite unfortunate. So
Christine in our chat says they show up wherever there's money to be made. And that's kind of true.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. There's a lot of money that's here.
Right. Can you see the chat?
You're talking about trillion.
Can you see the chat? Do you have your YouTube up and can you see the people in the chat? I'm just curious.
I could possibly pull it up. Let's see. Let me see how my internet's doing.
Yeah. No, but if it's going to screw you up, I don't want it to screw you up. But, I'll try to read what we can. And also, you guys, we have by the way, Benny's not here today because she's a migraine. So she was not feeling well. And I said, we're going to be talking a lot about the Congo. Just take the day off and get your head straight and, feel better, honey. And she was like, thanks. And she felt bad. And I'm like, don't feel bad. So everybody, for those of you who love Benny as much as I do, she is taking the day off because of a big fat headache. But we did have a new announcement, and we have a new feature of our show, and that is you can call in to us. And this is very brand new, and the number is 248-780-9775. So that if you want to call in and ask any questions, you can do that. It's a new feature, so it might take me a minute to figure it out. But it is it's kind of a new thing, and I'm really kind of looking forward to checking it out and using it. So that number, again, is 248-780-9775. So as we continue on, Michelle, we did talk a lot about yesterday, and I wanted to bring up, like, the Wagner Group, because I heard the Wagner Group is there, and we know that those are the Russians. They're really bad.
Right.
They're like they're like the worst of the Russian army, and even their leader, what's his name? That dude that died in the airplane. I can't think of his name right now. But
the airplane crash, but the suspicious crash. Yeah,
the Wagner Group, though, they're down there and they're creating chaos, right? And they're mixing.
Well, they're not actually. Their group, by name Wagner, is not in Congo. However, some of their subsidiaries from Belarus and from Romania are here. And so Wagner is like the umbrella across a lot of different mercenary groups.
Okay.
And so it's even scarier than actually what you probably imagine, because they've got mercenary groups from multiple countries. And these are just private armies. They're private armies, and what they generally do in Africa is they come in, they agree to secure the country or to help secure the country, and they do a trade out. They want rights to minerals, they want rights to lands, they want rights to mines, and so it's a way to to begin to own part of Africa.
Right. Well, we kind of see that here. We have the Chinese companies owning like the chicken factories and stuff like that. And it's just, stop selling our stuff to anybody who doesn't live here. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I had this epiphany today. I'm like, can't we make a fucking easy law that says if you're a criminal, you can't run for fucking elected office? Can we just, like, you know what I mean? Like, can't we just be like, just straight up, here's a law. If you have felonies, you cannot run for office. A misdemeanor, whatever, you stole a candy bar when you were 15 years old, I can let that pass. But when you're selling our nuclear secrets to our enemies, I have fucking problem with that. If you can't pass a security test, pass security clearance, then I don't think you should be able to run for office. I mean, is that just me? Is that wild? It's so insane.
Well, on the first point about, you should buy things made there. I go to the grocery store here and I look for things that come from Congo to buy first.
Right.
So that I'm putting back into the economy of the very place that I live in. And I try to avoid products that are coming from specifically Rwanda, because Rwanda is currently they're backing the rebel group that is participating in this current war that's about 9 miles from my house.
And
so
the cops are corrupt. There's rebel group. There's how many different rebel groups did you say? There was like 150 or something. You said a lot.
Yeah, there's between 120 and 150 rebel groups or militias just in our province.
Oh my God.
That doesn't count other provinces. And there is a difference. So a rebel group is a foreign group. So there's a group of people from another country. They've come here, they've armed, they're trained, they're wreaking havoc in Congo, but then they like to cross the border into whatever country they came from and also cause problems. And then on top of that, we have militias. Militias are actual like local armed groups. And so between those two, we have over 150 named groups that roam the countryside with weapons.
That's like having 150 different Proud Boy groups or three percenters, or they're just like radical militias. Who is that kitty behind you? Who is that?
Oh, she joined me for a second.
Yeah.
I'm not sure which one that was.
There was a white one.
I think that was Katniss. I think it was Katniss.
Katniss.
She's nosy.
What a
so
cutie.
she might pop in to say hello.
Right.
But yeah, so the area here, so in North Kivu, that's the province I live in. So the state that I live in is called North Kivu. And it has been at the center of these wars for well over 30 years.
Yeah.
And, and so there's been a long time of buildup of these groups. So these groups are well established. A lot of them are well armed. A lot of them are well funded.
I was going to say well funded, and a lot of it coming from Russia or like from our enemies. A lot of it, Iran, China.
Yeah, some of it even indirectly coming from the U.S. because the U.S. supports Uganda. The Uganda arms groups here.
Okay.
The U.S. supports Rwanda, so then Rwanda arms groups here. Now, incidentally, all aid has been cut off to Rwanda. Anthony Blinken came last year. He did an assessment, and they cut off aid to Rwanda because of this war. I don't think it's been very effective because the UK turned around and made an immigrant deal with Rwanda and gave them almost as much money as we cut off. So it wasn't, they just traded out the US for the UK as far as who they're getting money from.
Right.
And then they use it to cause chaos in the region. So.
And literally, I don't mean to be totally sorry to interrupt, but what the hell's the war about? Is it just land and resources? Is that what they want? Because it's
land, resources, power,
right,
and those all go together. Those are all one big thing. Mm-hmm. The land has the resources. With the resources, you get power,
right?
And so that's really what I find almost every conflict around the world is really about.
Yeah,
you need the land to get the resources to get the power. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And so when we really look around at wars, most of them are about resources. A lot of conflicts are. And so, stabilizing the world and stabilizing the resources would actually go a long way to stop wars. But then the war industry would start losing money. And
they don't like
we
that.
We can't have that either. They don't like that. It doesn't matter which side they're on. They don't like that.
Well, you were even saying that the militias there are carrying North Korean like machine guns or something.
Yeah. The military, the Congolese military here has been armed with Chinese weapons.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You've got Russian weapons with the mercenaries. You've got American weapons with the Rwandan forces. Those are weapons that were given prior to us cutting off aid. Mm-hmm. And so it's quite interesting because it's layer upon layer of bad actors. It is a lot like that movie Lord of War with Nicolas Cage.
Okay.
Where you sell arms to all sides because at the end of the day, it's really about making money, and you make money that way. So, it's unfortunate, but it's the truth of what happens in the world. So
and I think that I'm sorry, but I think that like what's going on there is a good indication of what might happen here if Trump gets back in, because we know goddamn well he's going to sell off our natural resources to the highest bidder. So let's just say he sells the fucking Grand Canyon to the goddamn Russians. I mean, I can see him doing this kind of bullshit because he's a freak and he'll do anything for money. And by the way, I don't know if you get to follow American politics that much, but Stormy Daniels is testifying to him right now in court. Everybody in the audience knows what this is. Yes, this is Donald Trump's tiny mushroom.
No, I follow pretty much most international politics, and of course I follow my own because I am an American. I continue to vote in America. I pay my taxes in America. My paychecks come out of America. My donors are out of America. So I still have a lot of ties there, even though I've spent, the last 8 to 10 years here.
Yeah.
It's still very, very important. And, people like Trump, the problem I have with Trump is he's just a fucking idiot.
Thank God. Thank God he's dumb.
And yeah, but dumb people do dumb things, and he panders to his MAGA crowd and what they want to hear and what they want him to do, not really understanding the repercussions of that. And so, the MAGA world feels like the UN is evil. It's the new world order. And
he does what Putin wants him to do. He does what Putin wants him to do. Putin wants to get rid of NATO, and Trump was his best thing to get rid of it.
And so the UN's been here for decades. They're actually slated to leave at the end of the year, which that does worry me for security.
Yeah.
But the MAGA voices, under the false belief that the UN is some kind of like all-powerful, all-encompassing global government, and it's not. It's a whole bunch of people from different countries trying to get together and accomplish a mission. And rarely do they do that very well. They're not organized to do something like take over the United States, like a lot of people fear.
Right.
And, he came into office and he cut the UN funding here. He cut it by 18% as soon as he came in. Weeks later, an American named Michael Sharp, who works for the UN, was going to investigate human rights violations and mass graves. And he was kidnapped along the way because his security detail was really lax because they had just had their funding cut. He was taken along with another worker, and they were marched out into a field and shot in the head and killed. They were the very first humanitarians that had ever been killed here. That's not something that actually happens here. That happens in other areas of the world. I'm very aware of that, along the Turkish border in Syria, Afghanistan, that humanitarians, expats in general, you're at risk. Here, it's not really a risk. We've always, it's always been a very welcoming environment, but to have the two of them taken and then executed by what ultimately turned out to be the Congolese military, and it was all because they couldn't have an armored vehicle and some extra soldiers because Trump cut that.
So literally your friend died because of Donald Trump's 18% cut to the UN.
Well, and not only that, but he's an American citizen. An American citizen was killed, executed in Congo. And then when Nikki Haley came here, when she came to Goma, and we said, what about Michael Sharp? What about Michael Sharp?
Yeah.
She refused to address the issue, had Americans kicked out of her press conference, it wouldn't address the issue at all. And it's like, if you make it's one thing to make a bad decision and something bad happen because of that. It's another thing to then ignore what you did and to not care about one of your own citizens. And when you say that you care about you care about these things. I just have a hard time believing it. So, Donald Trump also, he cut the Dodd-Frank bill. He just like carved that out.
I'm sorry, I
And
don't know
that
what the
bill,
Dodd-Frank bill is. Can you tell us what?
Yeah,
I don't know what that is.
well, it was a lot of accountability. Accountability. It was after the Dodd-Frank bill was introduced after the economic collapse of 2008 and 9, and it put in a lot of checks and balances for real estate, for banking, for mortgages, interest rates, things like that. But then also it put into place accountability for industries. And some of that was accountability for sourcing minerals that were ethical, that weren't blood minerals. And, so that got carved out. So the blood minerals rule is actually, it doesn't exist in the US anymore because Trump carved that out.
Fucking asshole.
And,
Everything he
yeah,
touches
so,
dies.
it's one of those where, time after time after time, the things that he does, there are repercussions, not just in America, but it hurts the people here, and it hurts me. It hurts Americans in other countries. That right now there are U.S. Air Force servicemen that are serving with the UN here, and yet Trump would cut the UN and not protect them. He wouldn't protect our own troops.
Yeah,
I thought he loved our troops.
No. He calls them suckers and losers.
Well, these guys aren't. They come to Congo and work.
Yeah. Yeah. And that can't be an easy job at all. Yesterday
No,
we were kind
no,
of
it
talking
isn't.
about.
It is not an easy job.
No. I cannot imagine. Yesterday we were kind of talking about the collective trauma that this has been going on for decades. This war has been going on like 30 years. And
Yes.
the collective trauma and how you were trying to explain to me how people don't even have time to think. They just react. And the thinking part has just gone. The logic, like something happens, you and I think about it first before we react. It's because of the collective trauma, they just react, and it's just an emotional reaction and not a good way to handle it. But it's because of there's so much PTSD or whatever you want to call it. I don't know, just massive amounts of trauma. The women there, like 1 in 3 have been brutally raped, and so many people have been just executed, and there's no answers. There's no real government. You got a dictator in a little tiny country next door to you, and who's awful. And it's literally like this little country that's like the size of frickin' Rhode Island next to a country that's like the size of Ukraine. It's crazy.
It is crazy. So the current situation that we have, it started in the 1990s. So in the 1990s, there was a civil war in Rwanda, and the Hutu were the government in Rwanda. The Tutsis, under the leadership of Paul Kagame, came in and they tried to overtake that government, and they failed. And then that led to the Hutus being very, very angry about that. And in 1994, that led to the Rwandan genocide in Rwanda, where over 1 million people were killed in 100 days. And most of them were killed by machetes. So brutal killings. And if Americans have heard of this, it's generally because of Hotel Rwanda, the movie with Don Cheadle and Nick Nolte in it. And great movie. That is a true story. That is how it happened. However, there's more to the story afterwards, because the guy who ran the hotel and who protected people ultimately became an American citizen, and then he was kidnapped by Paul Kagame and Rwanda a couple of years ago to be put on trial and put in prison. And so and once again, an American citizen, and Trump didn't do anything.
He didn't do a fucking
So
thing.
he didn't speak up at all. And I grew up in America thinking that when there were Americans overseas and bad things happened to them, our government cared.
Yeah.
That our military cared, our State Department cared. What I found out is that that's not necessarily true.
Depends on where they are.
Who you are, how well. It depends on who you are. It really does, and how powerful the players in your court are, and a little bit what color you are.
Right.
So I would be more important than, say, my counterpart that it was black or brown. As far as importance of trying to safely get me back.
Right.
And that's so horrible to say. It's just horrible realization.
Yeah.
That you come to over life.
Yeah.
And so, but in 1994, during the genocide, millions of people flooded into Congo. And a lot of them were the genocidaires. So the people that committed the genocide.
Oh, Jesus.
So the actual perpetrators came into Congo with the victims, and they hid, and they were in the camps. And so in 1996, that's when the wars here really started, because Paul Kagame and the Rwandan troops, along with Uganda and Angola, they actually invaded here, right here where I'm living in Goma. And their goal was to kill all the Hutu genocidaires. So just kill them all. And so the result of that was actually a second genocide that no one talks about.
Right.
That so the Rwandan genocide gets traction. People kind of know about it. They've heard about it. They may not know a lot of details, but it is something that they've heard of. But no one has heard that there was a subsequent genocide that was revenge that happened right here in Congo. And it happened in the refugee camps that at one point we were able to not have any refugee camps, but all those refugee camps have returned to us because the war just keeps coming back to us.
Right.
And it's the same players over and over and over again.
Yeah.
So, it's really complicated. There's been what we call two Congo wars that were back to back. It caused the overthrow of the U.S.-backed dictator here, Mobutu. He was overthrown, and a man named Laurent Kabila, took over, and that's when they renamed Congo from Zaire to the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Right. Yeah.
And so if people are like, oh, the Congo, where is that? Well, if you're my age, you grew up knowing it as Zaire,
Right.
not as Congo.
Well, I was looking at a map yesterday, and literally,
so, since
Goma,
the 90s, Paul Kagame has been a problem here in Congo.
Yeah. I was looking at the map yesterday because I'm like, I don't even know where you're talking about. And I had to visually see it in my own head. And literally Goma is like smack dab in the middle of Africa, like literally smack dab in the middle. You can just point your finger and you're like literally right there. And it's it's not a desert. There's not lions and tiger in a big city. And there's
a big city.
3 million people there or something you said. And it's not desert. You could grow food there. You could be like the bread basket of Africa. You could feed the world with all the food that you could grow there if things were normal. But it doesn't seem like things are ever going to be normal there, just like the Middle East. It just doesn't seem like it's ever going to happen. It seems like an impossibility for it to happen. But if we can get rid of the dictators, like Kim Jong-un and Xi and Putin and all the bad actors that we know are bad actors, and if we can get them all to stop fucking with everything, then maybe we could maybe. I highly doubt it, but maybe. And I just think that because there's so many natural resources there that there's always going to be fighting. Somebody's going to be fighting over it and wanting control and wanting the power.
the fights here started in the late 18 and 1900s, with rubber, and then it moved to during World War II. Congo is what made the Manhattan Project work. They got the uranium from here.
No shit.
And yeah, it came out right out of here. There's a really good book called The Spies of Congo that talks about that and why it was that that Italy and Germany and the U.S. and all of these powers were in Africa, and it was the rush to find the uranium and to get here to Congo, and then now it's become, then it went to gold and diamonds.
I was gonna say the blood diamonds, gold, emeralds. There's a lot of jewels down there, like emerald mines, silver mines, all types of that kind of stuff.
And now it's the minerals needed for technology, and that we have the majority of them. Some of these minerals, we have 80-90% of them, of the world's supply here in Congo.
Right.
And so, and
you
really
were
think that Apple,
what do you call the batteries, the new batteries that they want to make? What do they call them? Lithium batteries? You have all the lithium there too, right?
Yeah, we have lithium, we have cobalt, coltan, titanium, tantalum, tin, nickel, copper.
Yeah.
All of those things, they're all here. And so, now, so that's what the race is now. So it's always been one war after another. And it's always been about what does Congo have that we want to take?
Right.
And, it started in the 1500s with people. We wanted people first. Started taking them.
Yeah.
And then, then we decided, we'll leave them in Congo, and
so they can work the mines.
Work them to death.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, any way you look at it, I think I told you the analogy about what Congolese say about how Congo was created and how the world was created. That, God was creating the world, and he created all the countries, and he had a basket, and he started handing out gifts to all the countries. And at the end of it, he looked around and, smiling, and Congo was like, well, you didn't give us any gifts. And God looked at Congo and said, I'll give you everything that's left in the basket, but there's a price to pay. And Congo accepted the gift, and now they have to pay the price.
Yeah. That's what the people there think, right? Like of how, okay. So I wanted to, go ahead. Sorry.
That's just the way that they really explain that, they may be blessed with a lot of resources, but they are equally cursed here. Mm-hmm. They're equally cursed, and they have been for centuries. So
Elizabeth wanted to say, I'm sorry, I just missed it. She said about the Dodd-Frank thing, and now I can't find it, of course, because it just moved, and I can't see it. But she said it was about banking. There was banking regulations in that. Yeah. In the Dodd's thing. The Dodd-Frank banking reform. Yeah.
There was banking. There was mortgage stuff. But then there was also entire sections that were devoted just to corporations and where they get their minerals from. It was specifically about that. And that was a very specific thing that Trump targeted and took out of it. So there's still some of Dodd-Frank that's there. He didn't get rid of all of it. He just went through and picked out things that would be advantageous to him and to people that support him and to countries that support him and so companies that support him. And so
Elizabeth is kind of our historian, and she said
it's just a skeleton of what it used to be.
Yeah, banking reforms and consumer protections. And of course he's going to fucking yank that out because he doesn't want banking reforms. Look at all the fucking fraud he's committed. Oh my God, it's insane.
Well, he doesn't know what the word accountability and responsibility actually mean.
No.
To him, those are words that nobody should have to, or at least him shouldn't have to have in their vocabulary. He doesn't know what accountability actually is.
No.
And so to have things in that bill that were holding banks and mortgage companies and corporations accountable, that's just silliness. And why would you do that? Why would you hold people accountable?
Yeah, we don't want to do that,
I don't know.
because he needs the free reign to terrorize more
maybe
people.
6 million dead Congolese. Maybe that's why.
Yeah. Elizabeth is saying Hutu and Tutsi wars. TUTSI. I don't. What's that?
Well, originally those were not tribes; those were economic classes. But then during colonization, so during the 1800s, there was a misunderstanding from the West as to what those two designations meant, and then it became tribal. And so now it refers to two different tribes. There's the Tutsi tribe and the Hutu tribe. But the original designation, it was a social class. It was a social economic class. Mm-hmm. If you were Tutsi, you were more middle and upper class. If you were Hutu, you were lower class. And you actually had the ability to move between those two. And it didn't matter what your tribe was.
Okay.
But after colonization and misunderstandings, or just really the lack of motivation to even want to understand what was happening here, it became two separate tribes. And the Tutsi are who now control Rwanda. However, they were the victims of the genocide in 1994 in Rwanda. And I don't ever want to downplay that and the brutality of that and the viciousness of it, the evilness of it. That happened. And it's disturbing to know. But it also doesn't mean that it's okay that 2 years later you come across a border and you commit your own genocide as a revenge. Revenge genocide is just, to me, even more deplorable. It's when the oppressed become the oppressor, and that's sad to me. It saddens me when that happens. You see that in abuse situations. You see it in all kinds of situations, and it's really sad because they've become the very thing they didn't want. They become the very thing they hate. And that's sad. That's a sad reflection of the human heart.
I see that happening here with Democrats. They're like, well, we didn't get everything we wanted, so we're not going to vote for Joe Biden. Well, guess what? You vote for fucking Trump and we don't have a fucking democracy anymore. Period. Done. Right. End of fucking story. So yeah. I just feel like, everything that we're seeing there, everything that we see in Ukraine, everything we see with these fucking dictators fucking trying to take over is like, it's just repression. It's just push the people down, make the rich people richer, give the dictators more power so they can kill as many fucking people as they fucking want. I mean, literally, we had the story of fucking Kristi Noem come out last week where she shot her dog in the face, and then out of a homicidal rage, out of a homicidal rage, decided to kill the fucking goat too, just because it smelled, because she didn't take care of it, because she didn't have it neutered, and it wouldn't be a fucking asshole if you had it neutered. It's an easy fix. But this woman, instead of facing a problem and take care of it the correct way, she just takes her problem out and shoots it and puts it in a goddamn gravel pit. That's no way to fucking run things. And so what I was thinking is, like, it makes shooting things normalized. It's normal to shoot your dog. No, it's not. Even the Republicans don't like her for shooting her fucking dog. You're not a tough girl. Yeah. And what is it with these fucking ex-beauty fucking pageant queens with their fucking dick-sucking lips and their fucking, I don't even know what the fuck do they put in their face. They look awful. And they're like, oh, but I'm running around my gun. And I'm like, guess what? You look dumb. If you want to run around with a gun, join the fucking military and go to the fucking Congo. You want to fight fight for democracy? Go to a war zone, you piece of shit. You want to shoot shit?
Yeah, go Yeah.
Shoot against the fight for Ukraine against the Russians.
I grew up, I told you yesterday, I grew up in Florida. I grew up around guns. I have law enforcement.
I can hear you. Keep talking.
Military.
I can hear you, honey. Keep talking. I'm just gonna get a beer.
Okay. And so, I've learned how to shoot guns. I've owned guns, but now that I live in a war zone, I actually understand the implication of what Americans owning guns does to the rest of the world, because for every gun they buy, it enables the gun manufacturers to flood war zones with really cheap made guns. And but the truth is, here you don't even need a gun. Like I said, in 1994, the majority of the genocide committed in Rwanda, people were killed with machetes.
It's fucking
gross. Yeah, hacked to death. So, but to me, once again, it goes back to what I said about Trump. It's a lack of accountability. Yes, people should be held accountable. Right. But just because they're not held accountable the way that you want them to be, doesn't mean that you get to then become the oppressor.
Right.
If every time I wanted Trump to be held accountable for what he's done, and he wasn't, obviously, for everything. I threw some temper tantrum and went out and killed somebody. What is that? What is that? That's not the way that
it's being a sociopath or a psychopath or something. There's a word for it.
Yeah.
Psychopath.
There's probably a lot of words for it.
Yeah, and the new rumor is this, that there must have been a Democratic plant in the publisher's office to plant the story about her shooting the dog, the goat, killing her 3 horses, and meeting Kim Jong-un. I'm sorry. This bitch wrote this stuff. She read it in her audio, the audio book. She could have taken it out. I didn't write this. What the story is this? This is not my book, I don't know. She tripling down instead of saying I was wrong. I was wrong to shoot my dog. I did not meet Kim Jong-un, and just set the fucking record straight. Instead, she's like, no, yeah, it must have been a Democratic plant. I'm just like, oh, enough. Literally, just own up to it and be like, okay, I fucked up. Most of the time, if these Republicans just be like, okay, I own up to it, I fucked up. A lot of them, like, I don't want to be on Liz Cheney's side. I never want to be on any Cheney side. Okay, but like,
right.
When you agree with Liz Cheney, you're like, what am I taking crazy pills? Like, what the hell?
Yeah, no. I hear you. I mean, I told you. I don't know what happened in the last 10 years, because all of a sudden, when did Liz Cheney and Mitt Romney become my favorite Republicans? Oh my God, what has happened in America?
I know. It's like, I never thought I would ever agree with a freaking Republican, let alone a Cheney. So, yeah, it's been... So I just want you guys to know, we do have a new option for those who might have come in late. We do have a new option to call into the show, so you can ask Michelle any questions or me any questions you want to. The number is 248-780-9775. I'm going to have to get used to saying that number and say it real quick. 248-978-9775. 780-9775. I got to get used to it. You know what I mean? It's a brand new thing. I'm trying to get used to it. Anyway, I want my moderators in the chat too. If you guys like the book what was the book that you brought up? It was like the Spies of Congo, or what was it?
Yeah, the Spies of Congo.
Yeah, the Spies of Congo. If like Adam could find that link to that book and drop it in the chat. I didn't get all your links in, and so Tony was sending them to me while we were just starting. And so now they're in my phone. And that doesn't do me any good when they're in my phone and they have to be in the computer. It'll take me a minute.
That's what mine are in the phone, which I'm using for this.
Right,
so
right.
It's really difficult.
Well,
So,
what we'll do is we'll drop information, the links after the show. You know, I'll get Tony to drop some of the links so you guys know where you can support, you know, people of Congo, or where to charities to, you know, donate to. How can we help you? You know, is there anything that we can do to help you? What are your links? What's your contact info? That was another thing, is like, there was a girl named Shan. I can't remember your last name, Shan. She's in our chat. And she was like, you know, Hal Sparks has been looking for somebody to talk to about what's going on there in Africa. And our friend, Spy Kinar, our mutual friend, Spy Kinar, who introduced us, is been trying to get Hal's attention on this, but I don't know. It just goes, I don't know where it goes. So, and thank you, Adam, for doing that. Spies in the Congo. He just dropped the link in the chat for the book. So, what I was, you know, I was just trying to get, you know, links out. How can we help you? You know, what can we do? If there's any charities that we can, because we have a lot of generous people. Even though they might be not doing well themselves, they'll give $5 if they got it. You know what I mean? So it makes a difference. You know, and we've been doing this for Ukraine.
I would rather have 100 people give me $5 than one person give me 500, because then that at least tells me 100 people care.
Yeah, 100 people give a shit. Yeah.
You know, and you know, so, well, I work as a missionary, so I partner with churches for building projects. Mm-hmm. I have a school, a primary school that we've built. It is tuition free. That is not normal here. Normally you have to pay a tuition. Right. So it's tuition free. We have 400 students. It is in the former refugee camp where the genocide in Congo occurred. And it is right next to where Rwanda dropped bombs the other day in the refugee camp. And so in that area also, we have a sewing project for women to learn how to sew so that they can help support their own families.
Right.
And then in addition to that, I have a project in the city where we work with street children. And right now we have about 5,000 street children. Most of them are runaways, or they've been separated from their family because of the war. Mm-hmm. And
or their parents are
so
dead.
We have a daily.
I mean, their family could be dead. You don't know. It could
be
all of the above.
Very likely could, or they ran towards Goma and their family ran to Uganda. You know, and so they're separated out. Sure. And it could take years, maybe never, for them to reunite. And so we've put together a rehabilitation house where we take them off the streets, we rehabilitate them, we find their families, and we reunify them with their families. And then in addition to that, I also work for an organization called Exile International. Mm-hmm. And we have a center here in Goma where we rehabilitate rescued former child soldiers. So these are kids that have been kidnapped,
forced
to fight,
been
abused, and brainwashed and forced to be soldiers.
What are the ages? Are you talking? Like, what ages are you talking? Just
generally they're no younger than about 7 or 8, because they're no good younger than that.
Right.
I mean, what good is a 4-year-old
with a fucking machine gun?
Yeah, but an 8-year-old, they're pretty useful, I guess. So, and then that goes all the way up until, they're 16 or 17 years old that they'll be kidnapped. And I work with Congolese who have been kidnapped and taken as child soldiers, and they've run away, or they've been rescued by an organization like Save the Children or an organization like the Red Cross. And so, it is one of those where everybody here that I work with has been a victim of something.
Yeah.
Something horrible has happened to them.
I just want you to know you're getting a lot of love in the chat right now. Margot said, "Thank you for all you do, Michelle. You are an amazing person." And amazing work, Michelle. You know, so there's the people out there appreciate people like you who are doing this kind of work. I know I couldn't do it. I couldn't stomach it. You know what I mean? Like I would just, I don't know. If I saw a dead body, I'd barf. I'd pass out. I don't know what the fuck I'd do. You know, and it takes a real strong gut to like do what you do and help these poor, desperate people and these little children who are like, I'm sorry, that freaked me out. It was a cat. Okay. Like, whoa, what the hell was that?
The cat times.
Yeah. Just scared the shit out of me for a second there. I'm like, okay, just like jumping.
If you look right back here, there is a cat sitting back here, supervising our conversation.
Yeah,
so
I do see. PB said these problems wouldn't be so hard to solve if they hadn't been neglected for so long, and I kind of have to agree with that. Okay, maybe if something had been done about this for a long, maybe if slavery didn't start, we could have.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Maybe if in the late 1400s the Portuguese hadn't arrived in Congo and started taking people out of here.
Yeah, can we just can we do a rewind? Can we rewind and start over again?
Maybe if we hadn't done the Crusades, maybe the Middle East mightn't be quite so pissed off at the West.
Maybe if Hillary won, we wouldn't have had COVID so bad, and a million people wouldn't be dead, and our fucking spies around the world wouldn't be fucking being executed because, I don't know, Donald Trump handed them a fucking list of names? What the fuck?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just been...
Yeah, so it is, this war is I would say, because it's been going on essentially since 1990, we're in over 30-year war. However, when I say that, it's not one war. It's multiple wars. They're just never ending.
Yeah.
They just don't end. And so, like, when I talk about my war and the current rebel group that's 9 miles from my house, that is the rebel group M23. They are backed by Rwanda. Just north of us in the northern part of our province is an area called Beni, and Beni has its own war, and that's with the ADF, and they're from Uganda. And so, it's a lot of layers of war here, layers of trauma. And, people say, Kagame feels like he has a right to our province, because at some point, the carving up of Africa didn't give Rwanda what they, had originally been settled into. Well, that goes back to like the 1880s, and Paul Kagame is now bringing this up. Well, do you know why he brought this up now? Because he watched what Russia and Putin did to Crimea.
Yep.
When they walked right in there and the world didn't do a thing. They were angry. They voiced their disapproval. They shook their fingers at him, but ultimately nothing happened to the man. Nothing happened to Russia. And so at that point, Paul Kagame knew I could do this if I really wanted to. I could do that to Congo. Yeah. He watches what happens in Gaza and hospitals and refugee camps getting bombed. No accountability for anybody. He knows, okay, it's okay for me to shoot missiles at the Red Cross boat delivering aid to across the lake. It's okay to shoot bombs into the refugee camps. So nobody's going to hold him accountable. And so there is a correlation here. It's not always that that everything has a direct link, but there are correlations that what's happening around the world. Paul Kagame watches those things. He watches how the world reacts. And then he decides, yeah, I can get away with that. Right. I am able to get away with that. Another really good book to read is Do Not Disturb. And it's by Michela, and it is about the Kagame regime. Okay. And just how brutal it is, and how they disappear people. And they don't just disappear people in Rwanda. They kidnap them from all over the world. And incidentally, the man who was the main...
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. She's frozen. What happened? Something happened. Oh, no. Oh, that really sucks. Michelle, if she can hear me, she can come back in the show. Oh, that really sucks. Anyway, we had a long talk yesterday with Michelle, and what a fascinating human being, and just a good person all the way around. And it takes a beautiful soul to do the kind of work that she does, and a strong stomach. I know I couldn't do it. I'm just looking over here to make sure everything's okay. We're still on, so let me see if I can... Are you back? There you are. You're here. Okay. You got it, honey. Wait, I can't hear you yet. It'll take a second for the audio to come back. I did want to give you a quick update. Trump tried to... from Midas John, Trump's lawyers calling for a mistrial for unduly prejudicial to Trump, and the charges in this case only reason for question is to inflame the jury and embarrass Trump. But the judge declined the mistrial. Aha, nice try, you piece of shit. You're getting accountability, and that's it. You're done. You're done. Just done.
That's great.
And I loved it before we got on. I'm like, oh, Stormy's not allowed to talk about his little mushroom and what it looks like.
Yeah, well, I don't think that Stormy really needed to tell a lot of us that for us to already kind of know.
Yeah. She wrote it in her book. She wrote it in her book. So a lot of people already know.
Yeah, I have a feeling that, well, yeah, there's a lot of prostitutes that know.
Well, that's the thing. Adam's like the conspiracist in me said the Congolese government didn't want people reading books. Honey, there's barely schools. There's barely anybody's barely educated. We were talking about that yesterday, how it's like, again, everything's very reactionary because you don't think first because they haven't been given those tools. Because everything's trauma.
It's also, schools here are not tuition free. So when people make less than $2 a day, it's really hard for them to send their kids to school. Yeah. It's hard for them to pay for uniforms, for books, for pencils, paper, backpacks, shoes. When you start adding it up, it's a lot of money. Even here with secondhand things, it's a lot of money. So there are a lot of kids that don't go to school. However, I also want to say I work with some absolutely brilliant people here that are Congolese. They are educated. They are motivated. They want to change their country. Mm-hmm. They want to change the outcome of things. Mm-hmm. And so that does exist here. So as well. I don't want you to think it's all doom and gloom and, bombs exploding around me. I get to do incredible work every day with really incredible people that they actually want to change their country. And that's all they're doing all day long. Yeah. Everybody is focused on doing work that will change their country for the better.
Right.
And I think that might be one of the reasons I like it here and I don't like it in America.
We have to talk about that.
I'm surrounded by surrounded by people.
Peter Shansel in the chat points out interesting fact, America and the world watched the OJ trial every day as the genocide in Rwanda was happening. I knew it was happening, no reason it shouldn't have been known. Well, everybody was fixated on fucking OJ. Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah,
I did not
yeah,
know
so-
that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
w-
weird when you put those two
Yeah, we-
timelines together and you're like, oh, everybody was focused on this when they should have been focused over here.
Yeah, and there's a lot of complicity that goes along with that too. After the Rwandan genocide, the UN changed. The UN up until that time had only been doing peacekeeping, and they were only there to observe and report. They were not there to intervene in places. So when they were in the former Soviet satellite countries and watching the massacres and the genocides that were happening in Macedonia and they were happening in the former Yugoslavian state, there was nothing that they could do because they're under a mandate. And if they violate their mandate, it could become a war crime. And so their hands are tied. And unfortunately, in 1994, the UN had to stand by and watch what happened in Rwanda. And so it did change the way that the UN operates. And here in Congo, right now, the UN has a mandate to actually engage militarily with foreign actors that are here. And so there is a huge military force that's here.
Right.
And they are outfitted. They are outfitted, but their hands are once again tied, no longer by the mandate of the UN, but that mandate demands that they cooperate with Congo. And Congo doesn't want to cooperate because it's so corrupt, and
Right.
the layers of corruption within our own government, within our own military. And when I say our, I mean Congo.
Right.
That they thought they fixed the problem from Rwanda by changing the way that they could operate, but now they have a whole nother problem, which is when they're dealing with super corrupt governments and super corrupt militaries that have loyalty to multiple factions, their hands are tied. And so I feel really bad for a lot of my UN military friends. They leave out of here comparing this to Afghanistan.
Right.
And the way that they felt about being in Afghanistan, and that they weren't accomplishing anything, that they were actually making things. They knew they were making things worse when they were in Afghanistan. They could tell. They could tell with the people. They could just tell. It wasn't improving anything.
Well, and for 21 years, every president before that were get out of Afghanistan, but they knew it was going to be a shit show. Either way they did it, they knew it was going to be a shit show. I'm so happy Biden got us out of there, and I'm sorry for the 13 people that died that Donald Trump keeps bringing up, and that touches on a subject that we talked about yesterday that you wanted me to bring up, and that was that Trump talks about Congo letting prisoners out and coming to the U.S., how he always says that they're letting them out.
I love it.
There's all the mental hospitals and the prisons, and they're empty, and they're all coming here. So now you tell us the truth about letting prisoners out of the fucking jails of Congo. This doesn't happen.
Well, the first big fact to get down is that he only said Congo, and there's actually two Congos in the world. There's the Republic of Congo and there's the Democratic Republic of Congo. And so when he just said Congo, both Congos went, well, it's not me. Is it you? No, it's not you. Okay, well, we should probably release a statement on this. And so, they both simultaneously had to release a statement saying that their prisoners were accounted for, that there was no policy of letting murderers and rapists out of prison and then encouraging them to go to the U.S. And I've been in the prisons here. You ain't getting out of prison here. You don't just get out.
And they're not criminals.
The majority of the people here.
You said they're not really criminals. They just owe money to someone.
Yeah, they owe money. It's debtor's prison for the most part, or it's somebody stole something little from somebody, and that somebody happens to be powerful. And so, the idea that and then I looked it up today, and what was it? The statistic is the number of Congolese from both the Republic and Democratic Republic of Congos, when you add them all up for 2023, I think it was like 0.35% of the people that crossed the southern border were Congolese. Not even 1%.
Yeah.
Not even one.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's a scare tactic. We don't want any of these brown people coming over, but he wants, Swedes and Germans and white people, blonde hair and blue-eyed people to come over. The fucking weirdo. Yeah.
They don't want to come over.
No, they don't. Their lives are way better where they are. They have free health care. They live in the nicest, like they're the happiest countries in the world. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
like Norway or
Finland's
Denmark or whatever.
The happiest country in the world, and they spend half their year in darkness, and they are the happiest people in the world.
They're like, woohoo! We fucking rock here, dude. Like.
Yeah, all the people that he named, all of those countries on the happiness index were ahead of the United States.
Yeah.
Like Sweden, Finland, Norway, Iceland, they're all way ahead.
Yeah, they got their shit together. Their governments are
and the value of their economy in the world. They're not coming to the U.S. What do they need with the U.S.? They might do business there. They might come visit, but they're not going to give up their citizenship.
Right.
So it's like me living in Congo. I've lived here for 8 years. In 2 years, I'll qualify for a permanent visa, but I'm not going to give up my American citizenship to be Congolese. Why would I do that? Why would I want to be a national citizen of Congo? The same reason, why would a Finn want to be an American citizen? Why would they want to go backwards?
Yeah, I want to talk about your trip to, you just came back recently. Peter says almost all of African countries are like Lords of the Flies with military juntas, warlords, and corrupt dictators. Is that true?
I wouldn't say, I compare it to the Wild Wild West.
Okay.
That's how so similar idea. I would say it's more Lord of the Flies here in Congo, but when you look at like Africa as a continent, it's a lot like the Wild Wild West. But also I remind people that most African countries did not achieve their independence from their colonizers. And so we're talking about England, we're talking about Germany, we're talking about France, right. Belgium, Italy, Portugal, all of these countries, all of those countries and their colonies, they did not gain independence until the 1960s to the 1970s.
Yeah. Lisa,
so
oh my God, minus Lisa.
When you do the math and you go, okay, so America started in 1776. Yeah. And then you do the math, we weren't all that advanced either. We were still shooting each other in the streets and lynching people.
Shit, they're doing it today. They're doing it today. Midas Lisa, get out of there. You get into a safe space. She said, sorry, I had to duck out. There are tornadoes heading my way. Honey, get to a safe space. We'll see you next time. Yeah. Don't you worry. I've been in 3 tornadoes. Don't mess around. Nature is an awesome yet terrifying force. Yeah, honey, you get to a safe space. You get to a basement or, I don't know, bathtub and pull your mattress or pillows or something over you, okay? Like, seriously, do not fuck around. Yeah. I'm sorry to cut you off, but
pets with you.
We got to make sure that our friends are okay, right? So be safe, honey. And I do want to remind everybody, you can call into the show. If you have questions for Michelle or for me, please feel free to try to do this. This is a new thing. We just started it. I hope it works. I don't know. The number is 248-780-9775. It's 248-780-9775. So if you guys have a question, please feel free to call in. I haven't had one yet. So I'm kind of like, excited to see if it works.
I know. Or to find out. I mean, Find out what the big question, the first question will be. It's
I
like your
know.
first
Who's going to
dollar
be the
bill
first
that a
call
restaurant puts
in?
on the wall.
The first call in to the Benny and Diane show today, the Benny and Michelle show, or Diane and Michelle show. Listen to me. Anyway,
Um,
you are a
yeah,
mod.
so prisons. Yeah, prisons, man.
So they're not emptying their
The
prisons.
here
You
are
can't
still
get
full.
out.
They're still full.
Yeah,
They're still full of starving people that are not being fed and not being taken care of. And it takes people like, my missionary partners that have a heart for prison ministry, that go in and give them food and give them water and give them clothes.
I was just trying to. I'm trying to think. Donald Trump is on trial right now, sitting his first criminal trial, and like what? I'm just curious because we don't know. What's like the judicial system there? Like, what happens? Like, if somebody, steals and do they go to jail, or does somebody? What happens if I don't know? Like, anybody gets in trouble? Like, is does crime even get punished? Like, if you murder someone, or if they were on your side or against your side, or like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell happens? It seems like it's so corrupt that they just go after poor people.
It can be. So, like a lot of times there's a lot of street justice here.
We're getting a call.
Wow.
But I don't hear anything. That's what I don't like. Hold on. Keep calling. Okay, phone calls. All right, I should hello?
Call from. To accept, press 1.
Hello?
Hello.
Who is this?
This is Elizabeth. I'm calling in.
Hello.
Hi, Elizabeth. This is our in-house historian, school teacher. Oh, yeah, Elizabeth. We call her Wizzy Buff. Hi, Elizabeth. How you doing,
Elizabeth.
honey?
I'm okay. I just had to pop your cherry.
Oh, yeah, you're our first caller. You popped our caller cherry.
No, this was a fantastic interview.
Yes.
Well, somebody had to do it.
Somebody had to do it. Oh, no, Michelle's freezing up.
Well, yeah, I just called to thank the call, our guest. She's fantastic.
Can you hear her, Michelle?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
I can.
Yeah, she just.
And just to tell you, it's a fantastic show. I'm so excited, and I really appreciate it. And I'm in the car, so I won't be able to drop too many links, but I'm doing my best.
Well, I appreciate it, honey. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate the show. Okay, and we'll talk to you soon. All right.
All right, honey. Thanks for calling. Thanks for popping our call-in cherry.
No problem.
All right, bye, Wizzy.
Okay, bye.
See ya.
Bye.
She's a good friend. Oh, now I'm having.
So was that as good for you as it was for me?
Yes. Oh my God. Now I'm having a hot flash. Seriously.
I have those all the time here. We don't have air conditioning.
Oh, I bet. Yeah. What's a climate? I mean, I know you're on literally on the equator. Like you couldn't get any closer to the equator.
I'm 2 miles above sea level, so it's actually quite nice here. We're talking about 76 to 80 degrees every day.
Right.
And we don't really have seasons. There's no seasons because of how close we are to the equator. But what we consider seasons, we have a rainy season, and then we have a dry season where there's no rain for a couple months.
Right.
It has seemed, I mean, it is getting warmer here, just like it is around the world due to global warming. So that is a concern, especially since we have some really nice high altitude mountains that grow coffee and chocolate and vanilla and all the things that Americans love to consume, and that are going to be really negatively affected by global warming.
Right.
Congo could make so much money just in coffee if it would stabilize. just in coffee and chocolate.
Right.
So, and then there's the tourism factor. I live right outside the Virunga National Park.
Yeah.
The Virunga National Park is where Diane Fossey first started studying the highland mountain gorillas, and then once the independence started here, she got kicked out, and then she went over into Rwanda, and ultimately Rwanda killed her. They had her killed. So there. But I want to, since I just said that, I want to reiterate that I don't make, it probably sounds like I'm making Rwanda and Paul Kagame out to be the only bad guys. They're not. There are plenty of bad guys on the Congo side too, that have been in play for years and years and years. There's a lot of people in the government that have been sanctioned by the EU, by the US for different war crimes or for support of terrorism. So I keep talking about Rwanda and stuff like that, but I also want to say that there's plenty of bad people right here in Congo that are contributing to these problems as well. So and that I really like Rwanda. I like the country. It's beautiful. It's a great place to get out of Congo for a little bit and to be able to relax and not look over my shoulder all the time. But it is also a police state. It is an authoritative dictatorship. So you do have to be really careful what you say out in public and what books you're reading. That book that I just suggested, Do Not Disturb by Michela Wrong, you can't have that in Rwanda.
You can't have it.
You'll be arrested.
Yeah. That's so you would get arrested if you had that book?
Yeah, and you know what? I am a rebel at heart. I know, like, some of your listeners probably heard, oh, she's a missionary and a humanitarian, but they don't realize that I am such a counterculturalist. I'm a very rebellious person, and I put a different book cover on that book and carried it into Rwanda just so I could read it while I was in Rwanda.
Balls of steel. Oh my God, girlfriend. Holy shit.
I was like, I'm going to read this book in Rwanda. So, but yeah, probably not my smartest move, but, I'm not known for making horrible decisions, but I'm also not always known for making the best of decisions.
Well,
my decision making is questionable.
I think anybody could say that.
Trauma.
I think we could all say that. We could all say that. We've all made bad decisions before, and I'm sure, some shit we're not that fucking proud of. But then we've also made a bunch of good ones too. So, got to give yourself some credit. You are highly educated. You are very, the soul and your heart, and just meeting you the last 2 days, I just see what a good person you are, and the massive amounts of humanity that you have, and how you think about this stuff, and I feel like, man, it makes me feel like just like an ignorant American, not knowing what the fuck is going on. But I also have to put it up to our media. We don't fucking know because they don't fucking tell and they don't report anything. No, you have to search for these things. Even finding that book that I just mentioned, Do Not Disturb, it is hard to find in the U.S. I bet it is.
It's very hard to find. I wanted to buy a couple extra copies and bring them back here, and couldn't find an actual hard copy of it. All I could find is the ebook.
Right. Yeah.
And you can't share that. With Congolese. You can't hand them your tablet, and so they could get killed for that. Somebody will kill them for a tablet.
Yeah.
So,
Adam says trauma makes you make horrible decisions sometimes, and that kind of brings me back to your story about when you came back to the States recently, and you were like,
yeah,
holy shit. So please, reiterate that story.
Well, there's a couple of points that I would like to make. First, so in I spent a solid 3 years here at one point, from 2019 until 2022. I did not leave here because I only leave to go back to the U.S. once a year. My yearly trip was supposed to be in April of 2020, and of course, COVID happened. The world shut down,
Right.
and couldn't leave. Decided to stay here. I made a really good decision, even though there were some these really nice French doctors that were saying that we were all going to die here. We didn't. We didn't die. We did better than the rest of the world. But so I spent 3 solid years here. During that time, it was COVID. Then also our volcano erupted. Mount Nyiragongo erupted, and the lava came into the city. We had to evacuate. And then following that, we had 2 months of earthquakes. And the earthquakes started off where they were every like 15 to 20 minutes. And I could not evacuate for that one because I didn't have a passport. My passport was having my visa reprocessed. And so I couldn't leave.
Where is
And
the
I was just
mountain
stuck here
compared to
for
where
all of
you
that.
are? I'm looking
So
at
I get back to the U.S.
I'm looking at the map right now. Like, where it erupted? I can't
Mount
see
Nyiragongo.
I don't.
It's just barely north of Goma. Is
Okay, so maybe I have to.
It's like it looks like a big circle on the Google map.
Yeah, I'm looking.
So,
I'm not
and
seeing, but
I got back to the U.S. after that and was severely traumatized. Had a severe case of PTSD. I could not make simple decisions. I could not look at a menu at a restaurant and decide what I wanted to eat. I couldn't. I had a really hard time, and so when it comes to work and trying to make major decisions about finances, about budgets, about children's lives, people's lives.
Even the people you were trying to help, like when you're like that, you can't even help the people you're trying to help because you're not in a good state of mind to do it. So you came back.
No, and I came back and I did a really cool therapy that I recommend to anybody that has had severe trauma where counseling won't work because talking about the trauma is not helpful. And it almost it's worse if you talk about it sometimes. And so and it's called neurofeedback therapy. And they take your own brain waves, feed them back into your brain while you take naps and listen to some music. And after a week, your brain is functioning much better. And so I've been doing that for the last 3 years, and I highly recommend it. It's called neurofeedback therapy, and it is super effective for soldiers, humanitarians, missionaries, victims of abuse,
severe head trauma, any kind of.
Anybody out there that's listening has really been searching for an answer, and has found that traditional counseling, traditional therapy doesn't work, medication doesn't work. There are other things out there, and I found this and it works really well. And I know it works well because I didn't believe in it. I was just so desperate that when it was suggested to me, I said, okay, because also I couldn't make decisions. I was just saying okay to people.
Yeah, please just fix it. Like, can you just fix it?
Yeah, just fix it. But I was like,
can you unplug it and plug it back in and see if it works again?
And
I know I'm making a joke, but I'm
supposed to work. So it's not even a placebo effect because I went into it going, this is not going to work at all. And at this point, after doing 3 years of that therapy, my brain feels better than it has since I was in my mid-20s.
Right.
Which is not fair because my body is not in my mid-20s.
Son of a bitch.
It doesn't keep up. It's not fair. not fair at all. I don't know. I don't know who told me life was fair, but they were wrong.
Yeah, they're fucking real wrong. It's never been fair. I fucking blame our fucking parents because they never told us shit. Like, never told me shit. And they're like, they never taught me how to fucking, deal with my money. Never taught me, my mother never taught me about my body and what the fuck was going to happen. You know what I mean? Like, just massive amounts of not talking. If my parents were just like, if my mom was like, fucking wait until you get older and the fucking hot flashes start. Oh, yeah, it's like puberty 2.0. It fucking really sucks. Son of a bitch. I mean, at least give me a heads up. It would have been nice. I don't know, but I just literally I felt very like we're the Gen X. Our fucking parents didn't know where the fuck we were because we were on our bikes, miles away from our house. You were only
in construction zones.
Yeah, you only had to like be home before the lights came on for dinner.
The lights came on.
We went trick or treating.
Well, we raised ourselves.
Yeah.
And a lot of that's because our parents had to work. But I mean, for me, I know in my household, both my parents had to work. My family is quite unique. I have a lot of siblings, but they're not biological. My mother worked in the foster care system, and she would just bring children home. So.
PB said hot flashes are the precursor to beards. When you start finding that rogue hair that sticks out and you're like, what the fuck? Where did this come from? Jesus. Yeah, I'm finding I got whiskers, you guys. Like, cat whiskers. What'll stick
It
out.
happens.
And you have to see
I
a
used to look at my
backlight.
great-grandmother and be like, what's wrong with that lady?
You have to
And
get a
now I'm
backlight
like,
to see it. You know what I mean? Like, you need a flashlight back here so you can see it because it's so fine. And you're like, what the fuck? Where did this shit come from, man? Like, I don't even know. No, but
what's funny about that is that right before we went on today, I was like, oh, let me like wash my face and clean my glasses off and kind of brush my hair, and then I was like, oh, I could see some chin hairs, and I was like, I don't really need to pluck them. Nobody on YouTube's gonna see those.
Nope. Thank God our cameras are for shit. Otherwise, and they're way over there. It's
yeah, and it's front lighting. I've got front lighting. If it was like under lighting, it would be bad.
If it was backlighting, you don't want to see that. So anyway, no, this has been so much fun talking to you. We have been on for an hour and a half so far. I mean, yesterday we were on for 2 hours. It seemed to go really fast. You kept me up
until 5 a.m. here. You do realize with the 9:30 meeting, I was late to my meeting.
I'm sorry, honey.
Oh, no. Here's the thing. I live in Congo. You're allowed to be late.
Okay.
It's culturally okay to be, 15, 20 minutes late. Yeah. Especially here because transportation, the roads.
Right.
If you get stopped by the police, they're asking for bribes. There's a million reasons that you could be late. And jet lag and insomnia and staying up on Zoom calls with new friends was a great excuse this morning.
That's great, though. I like it. Please try to call on the show if you have any questions for Michelle or myself. 248-780-9775. Thank you, Mark P, for keeping doing that. Adam said he tried to call in, but it wouldn't connect. So I don't know. It says receiving calls. I have Adam's number in here. If he called, literally his number would pop up. It's like, I'm starting to collect numbers from my friends just when we were trying to test it out. So please try to call in again and see if it works. I don't know.
Call back.
And Adam, it's funny.
Call back, Adam. Call back.
Adam's in Hawaii. You're in Africa. Right. It's exactly 12 hours separation.
So I figured out he is exactly on the other side of the world from me.
Yeah.
Like if I dug a hole from here, I could get to Adam's house.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. And No, I find it fascinating. And that's what I think is so much fun about doing this is you get people from all over the country. You know, Mark's in Virginia and Elizabeth's in Northern California. Benny's in Southern California. And Adam's in Hawaii. My friend Steve is from Scotland. You know, so it's like, and I call these people my friends. You know what I mean? We've got Brandon Jackson. He's in here from London. Or England. I don't know where you are in England, honey. You know, it's. I think that's the cool thing. Here's Adam. He's coming in. He's calling in.
Yay!
Call from
Adam.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail.
Adam. Aloha. Aloha, my friend.
Hey.
How you doing, honey?
Wow. I'm okay. I'm okay. I just got up a little while ago, so I missed the first part of the show.
That's
But,
okay. Yeah, Benny's not here because she's got a migraine. I don't know. I
Oh,
think
no.
did she come in the chat? I don't know if she said she might try to come in the chat, but I haven't seen her so far. Anyway, how you doing today, brother?
I'm all right. I'm all right. I was just I was thinking about her talking about the national park and all the stuff that happened. Did you guys talk about that?
Which national park? What national park,
Sorry.
honey?
The Volcano National Park over there. I don't remember the name of it.
Yeah. So
Goma
Virunga.
Is it
Virunga.
Goma National Park?
Varunda?
Virunga, yeah.
Yeah, it's on our side. It's called Virunga.
Oh,
And,
Virunga.
there's actually a really good documentary. It's on Netflix called Virunga, and it uncovers a lot of the international players that were backing the first invasion of the M23 rebel group in 2012. That is the same rebel group that we're now dealing with that wants to try and invade our city again. And it talks about the petroleum companies that were behind that, mostly British of all things, British petroleum companies, and how they were manipulating things. And it uncovers a lot of interesting things on how it's not just minerals here. They have natural gas, they've got oil, they've got uranium. So yeah, it's a very good documentary. But yeah, I'm just outside the national park. That's where the mountain gorillas are. And currently we have no access to that park. It is under control of M23. And that means that we cannot get to the gorillas. They are probably no longer in our park. They've probably crossed those mountains and gone into either Rwanda or Uganda. Mm-hmm. We have no access to the volcano to climb it right now. The volcano is climbable, and it's got one of the largest lava lakes in the world. It is amazing, but also something you only want to do once in your lifetime because it is hard. It is a difficult climb.
Right.
The gorillas, again, it's a difficult thing. I've done the highland gorillas and the lowland gorillas. So I've done treks with both of those gorillas. And so one of the things that's interesting about the park has rangers. And the rangers, they need to get paid, and there's no tourism coming in.
Right.
So they've needed a revenue, a source of revenue, and they figured out that they could start harvesting Bitcoin. They're not investing in
terrible.
Bitcoin; they're just harvesting it, and they make about $150,000 a month on that, and it's enough to keep the rangers paid right now during this time. Now they all know it's not about investment. They don't want to invest in Bitcoin. They think it's ridiculous.
Right.
They realize that there's nothing backing it. But if people want to buy this stuff from them,
What was that, Adam?
The Bitcoin is used by Russia to to keep its economy afloat, and it supports human trafficking. Unfortunately, that's why they created it. Really, it wasn't to give an alternative. Well, it was to give an alternative to the dollar, but it was meant to do that in order to create a system that's not monitored by the government
and traceable,
which means it's totally full of just that it's used for all that kind of stuff now. So it's really a shame that they have to do that. I wish that they could be supported.
Yeah, and right, and that's one of the like sad things about like the situation here is that this is where they've had to go. Is that these are the rangers here in Virunga National Park. They are led by Prince Emmanuel. So Prince Emmanuel, he is from Belgium, and he gave up his citizenship. He gave up his title to come here and to train the rangers and to make them the best rangers in the world. And they are some of the best rangers in the world. However, there's no income right now, and and so they've got to resort to harvesting Bitcoin. And then my friends that are researchers that should be out in this jungle researching jungle elephants and researching primates, they've had to open a cafe using the chocolate and the coffees and stuff that are produced here, just to keep the park alive right now. So the war also, we have one of the only gorilla orphanages in the world, and the gorilla orphanage had 3 orphaned gorillas in it. It had a lot of miscellaneous primates, and they were so stressed out by the war that all of them have died. They've all died.
Oh
no!
So
they're so sensitive. Yeah.
So yeah, and that's.
Adam, do you have any more questions?
I don't know. A couple years ago.
Do you have another question, honey?
A couple years ago on Facebook, a picture went viral of a ranger with the gorilla looking at him, standing like a person standing right behind him, looking at the camera and like posing. That ranger is here in Virunga. That gorilla has now passed away because of stress from the war. So this picture that went viral, the whole world saw it, and that gorilla died of stress because of a war, and that war is for minerals, so that we can upgrade our phones every 6 months. And
it's so gross.
Yeah.
Have Teslas
and throw the batteries into landfills. Yeah.
Yeah. So we can further pollute our world. It's gotten to the point where, I get so disgusted by not only the humanitarian thing, but the things that's happening to our environment. You look at, I look at bombs exploding in Ukraine, and I just go, it's just destruction. It's just shit on everything, break everything, make everything 10 times worse. What is it doing, Putin? You want your fucking land and you want the fucking resources. How about you're about to fucking die, you piece of shit? And I wish you literally somebody would do us a favor. I don't want to say it out loud. I might get banned from YouTube, but you know what I mean? It's everybody's so sick of this fucking asshole. And he's created so much shit and so much death and destruction in our fucking world, all over the world. And we know he's got his fucking little fingertips in all this bullshit. And if he doesn't have it directly, it's indirectly by funding or whatever. And I mean, come on. And go ahead, Adam. Go ahead, Adam.
Well, this is what I think about when I think about people are like, oh, I don't want to vote for Biden because he's not, what I want or whatever. But what I feel like the transition from Obama to what's his fucking face. Anyway, sorry. From Obama to now was Joe Biden was actually, I think, more liberal than Obama. and he was represented like a newer era of Democrat. Like the older era of Democrat was way more content with corporatocracy, and Joe Biden really isn't.
Yeah.
And I feel like he represents that break in the American consciousness when we can't be like this anymore.
Yeah.
You know, and it's because we opened the door for people like Putin, and we haven't closed it far enough, and Donald Trump is trying to push the door open.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to say.
Well,
I'll hang
thank
up
you,
so other
Adam.
people can call in.
Thanks, honey, for calling in. Love
Yeah.
you.
Thank you,
Love you guys.
Adam.
Love you, brother.
We love you.
We'll talk soon.
Okay.
Aloha. Bye. Another person I love dearly.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, he's great. I love talking with him. So, but yeah, he brings up a good point that the dictators around the world, what they do is they push the boundaries, and when the rest of the world does pretty much nothing,
Right.
it allows them to continue. But then if you get someone like Donald Trump that encourages their behavior and wants to be like them, he's just busting the doors wide open.
Oh, yeah. He's broken every boundary. Just to reiterate, Brandon Woods is asking, who is this? Who is the cutie on the left? This is Michelle Smith. She's calling us from the Democratic Republic of Congo. She's talking about us today, about all the things that are going on in Africa, and expect to see her more. We want you on more, and we want you to come on and tell us and talk to us more about what's going on there. And please feel free to talk to us about what's going on here. You know, I just feel like this is an important subject to cover because we don't know. And we have people like Philip Ittner, who's telling us, you know, through Hal Sparks, what's going on in Ukraine. We have everybody and their grandmother covering what's going on in Gaza and
Awesome.
yeah. And so we don't, you know, but this is never talked about. And I'm like, the
Congo wars are forgotten.
Yeah.
Or we started to get some traction. We were getting some coverage. Even Fox News had covered some things. MSNBC was covering some things. But then, the Gaza situation began, and it just took over everything and any amount of media attention that we were getting here. We got a little bit of media attention when our volcano erupted.
Right.
You know, it's one of the world's most active volcanoes with one of the largest lava lakes. So of course they covered that.
Right.
So we get a little bit of traction here and there, but not to the degree that, other countries that may not be quite so dark in tone may get. And then the other thing, there are other things going on. My flight back to the US this year took me 16 and a half hours. It used to take 12 hours. I have to go around war zones now. There's an additional 3.5 hours of flying and changing altitude and direction because of war zones. We have to avoid Mali. You have to avoid Sudan. You've got to avoid Yemen. You've got to avoid Gaza. You've got to avoid all of these places, Niger. So it carves out this huge section of Africa that you can't fly over anymore.
Right.
And so you either have to go north or you have to go south. And any way you look at it, you're looking at 16 to 17 hours from the New York, Newark, Chicago, that region of the US
Right.
to get here.
Right.
And that is a really long time to be in a plane. That is horrible.
Yeah.
It's a horrible flight.
Yeah. I mean, I
and-
remember going to Argentina and it was 13 hours of fucking torture. I mean, I'm like, fuck, man, this is a long airplane ride. Woo, boy. And that was 13. That's, 6 to 18.
Yeah, well,
yeah. Not fun.
Yeah, and that was just one of my flights. I had 3 flights total to get here.
Yeah, that was just one.
so-
Well, yeah, it was one flight because it was from Miami to
Yeah.
Argentina. Yeah.
Yeah, so I also had to maneuver airports and different languages and different countries to get on a different plane. So it is. But I enjoy my life. I feel very. I am aware of my privilege
You feel safe
and my
there. That's the other
entitlement.
thing I was talking to you about is like, how safe
Um,
do you feel? And you're like, I feel pretty safe. You're in a compound, correct?
yeah,
And you have,
yeah,
you're
yeah. I have
guarded.
walls. I have lava rock walls that are what is it? About 9 feet. Sorry, I do metric here.
Right, yeah,
I'm
yeah.
an American that's learned how to do metric, and
Oh
now I
my
can't think
God, I
about
envy you.
kilo systems. So I was like, it's like 3 meters. So about 9 feet. And it's got razor wire all around it. I've got security guards. I've got guard dogs, and I'm also in a really good neighborhood. I'm in a neighborhood that's like along the lake. So think like you know, in the U.S., if you live along the beach
Yeah.
or you live right on a river,
Yeah.
those are the nicer
Yeah.
neighborhoods. I do live in a nicer neighborhood.
Yeah.
I do make the joke. I mean, I am living every white colonial dream
Yeah.
except for the war part.
It looks like
You
you're a
know,
cottage on a lake, literally.
so I do love my life here. I love the people that I work with, and
Right.
every single day, despite what is happening, there are glimmers of hope all over this place.
Right.
And I if if I can find those people here, then I know those people also, those same people that can change their country and are resilient and are still ever hopeful, they exist in Ukraine too. They exist in Yemen. They exist in Gaza. They exist in Sudan. There are just people. There are strong people that live in war zones, and it's not people like me. It's the actual citizens, the nationals on the ground
Yeah.
that
They want change for their
for
country.
them to maintain hope is
They,
an amazing thing, and it inspires me.
well, they want change for their country, and they want it to change for the better. They're sick and tired of living in a war zone. And when you have generations, decades of it, generations growing up with the trauma of growing up in a war and the just the chaos. That's the thing, is the chaos and the never knowing. That's what I hated about the Trump years, is because I was like, it was like driving a car, white knuckling it every day for 4 years, like in an ice storm, and you can't see and you don't know where you're going, and you know what I mean? It's that stress, of the constant stress of where you're living, and you don't know if you're gonna die tomorrow, or if your family's gonna die tomorrow, if your house is gonna be bombed, or if some like renegade fucking militia runs in your house and shoots everybody. I mean, it's insane. And I definitely have.
But it happens. It happens.
But it's
yesterday
against,
morning.
Go ahead.
Yesterday morning, a video right down the road from the school and the sewing project that I have in Magunga, that's one of the neighborhoods of the city. The military and the rebels were exchanging fire, and a mother with a baby on her back got shot and killed, and the baby was still alive. And but the thing is, with still gunfire was still going on, and the Congolese, these men were running to her, and they realized there was nothing they could do for her, but they were desperate to save that baby, and they didn't care. They didn't care that they might get shot too. The fact that there's still a lot of humanity, there's still a lot of resilience here. That's one of the things that keeps me going, is I'm able to do my job so well because I work with such good people here.
Right.
And I love them. I absolutely love them. I love the language. I love the culture. It is something that, when you work in war zones, because I have friends that they've worked in multiple war zones, and this is a feature that you find in people in war zones, especially long term, that they're you would think that they would lose their hope, but they don't. They almost get more hopeful.
It's like Ukraine,
because there's something
Ukraine.
very rebellious about being hopeful.
Just like
in a war zone.
Ukrainians. Ukrainians will never give up. They want their fucking freedom.
Oh,
They're
no.
tired of fucking Putin. They're like, fuck you. There's like a dude, his arm got blown off, and now he's got this technical, mechanical arm and now he can do more shit than ever. And he's like, oh yeah, he's like still, building guns and doing it for the war effort. They're not gonna give up. They're never gonna give up.
No.
And which I think
and that's the thing. You can oppress the populations all over. And the thing about people is that then they come together and they do things like, they talk with one another, they pray with one another, they help one another out. And you would think, like, in situations like this that you would only think about yourself, but it's not true. It's not true.
No.
I've been in multiple evacuations, and it's amazing to see when you are trying to evacuate the city, and we only have two directions. Now we only have one direction. But you can't. None of us have boats to use the lake, and the volcano is the other direction. So really, we only have limited areas to go. So you've got 2 million people moving at the same time in the same direction, and yet they're helping one another.
Right.
They're carrying one another's stuff, grabbing someone's child and keeping them from running out in the street, giving them back to their parents. And so, people live their lives in war zones because that's what happens to the population. That the powers go to war, but the people, they have to continue to live this.
That's right.
They live it every day.
The civilians are the ones who suffer the most. They suffer from starvation. They suffer from PTSD and multiple trauma things happening to them. You talked about how 1 in 3 women, disease. Yeah. And it's just, war is no good for anybody except for the people who make the money making the war. And,
and those people are not fighting the war.
No,
they're not the soldiers. They're not the bullet catchers. They're not the civilians. They sit in their high towers and make decisions and make money.
Yeah. And it's like, I know that
it's evil.
Well, I know that we're talking a lot of bad shit right now, but you know what? I also know, like, no, Adam said, I have a lot of relatives who have been there. My cousins worked in Madagascar. People went to Tanzania and hung out with the Maasai. It's beautiful. The bad part is the crapitalism, like capitalism, but crapitalism, and the Elon Musks of the world, who like the emerald mines in South Africa. Now, my college roommate was from Cape Town, South Africa.
Okay.
And
I have friends in Cape Town.
Okay, and she, first of all, fabulous girl, and when she came home to our apartment and she was sobbing. I said, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" I went to fill out a job application, and on the job application it says, "Are you white, Mexican, African American, Jewish? Like, what is your religion? What is your this? What is your that?" She's like, "I'm white, I'm Jewish, and I'm fucking from Africa. So what the fuck, man?" Like, she's like, didn't know. She was sobbing. And I said, "Honey, that's America for you. They want to know who they're hiring. Fuck that. That's when what is it called? DEI is so important because I don't give a fuck about your ethnicity. I don't give a fuck about your religion. Can you do the job?" She wanted to be an architect.
And then after you've proved yourself, because you do that on merit, then I want to know more about you. I want to know about you because I'm interested in you, not because I want to judge you. Where does that come in? You know,
Well, honey,
in
we get
life
that every day
you know,
being
Yeah, I
girls.
want to. You know.
It's always that look up and down. How many times have you seen that? That look, that up and down. How many times have you been sized up and judged? Fucking million fucking times. And you see it every day, man. I see it every day. But it's, again, judge me on what I know. She wanted to go to architectural school, so she was trying to get, into a small architecture firm. And that's just the way it is here in America. But again, she was sobbing because she was just like, I check off every fucking box except for being a Mexican. And I'm like, honey, I'm so sorry. I didn't even know what to say, but I'm like, that's just the way it is. We are a racist piece of shit fucking society. And she was just getting out of fucking apartheid. Just kind of ended, because we're talking.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, apartheid
that
is ended.
during
We're
that
talking,
time period was the end of apartheid. Mandela.
Yeah,
being released from prison.
I graduated what, 93, 94? So yeah, it was in the early 90s. So, and the poor thing, my heart was broken for her, because I'm like, oh my God, I don't know what to say, honey, and I just felt so bad, but what a great person. And look, we've got a great person like her coming and trying to make something of herself, and she came from a middle class family and white. So they were, middle class and had more money than everyone. She saw the walls and she saw the oppression and the racism and all of it. And she was just sickened by it. And, another reason probably why she came to Chicago, because, Chicago is a great Midwestern town. There's no fucking getting around it. LA, hoity-toity. New York is too crazy. Chicago's the happy medium.
Also, circling back around to what you were saying earlier about America and my trip to America, especially this time. So I'm from Florida, and then I did a road trip into Alabama and into Tennessee. I have friends and family in both those states, and also one of my jobs is based in Nashville. So doing a road trip, catching up with people, and at least 100 times I heard from people, there's gonna be a civil war, and this is from MAGA people. And get ready, get your guns ready. And I'm like, do you and they're trying to compare what's going on there with my life and what people go through here. And I'm like, do you hear yourself?
No.
Like, the only reason that you even think like that is that you've been manipulated into hating someone else. And what?
Oh no, she's frozen into hating someone else. Oh no, you're frozen. You've been manipulated into, oh no. Pop out, pop back in. Shit. Shit, there you go. You're back in. So, wait a minute. Now you're frozen again. Okay. Nobody move. Nobody move. Nobody touch anything. No. Try to pop out and pop back in, Michelle, if you can hear me. There she goes. Okay. So if you guys want to try to call in right now, the number is 248-780-9775. If you want to try to call in, if you've got any questions for Michelle or myself, please feel free to call in. We got you back. We got you back here, honey.
Yep.
So you were saying that they've been manipulated into hating someone else, is what you were saying. And that Americans here want to start a civil war. Now your audio's totally changed, by the way.
Yeah, my headphones aren't hooking up.
Okay.
Give me 1 second.
No, it's okay. I mean, if you're going to stay there, I got to take you down a notch. if you got the headphones back in, I'll put them up. Whatever you want to do, it doesn't matter, honey. You just tell me.
Oh, I like my headphones.
Okay. Are they?
Come on,
do they
baby.
have to be charged or something? Is that what happened, or? Gunther, it's okay you came in late. It's okay, honey. We're having a great show, and you can always go back to the beginning and start over. But it's been a fascinating conversation with Michelle, and I've really enjoyed talking to you for the last 2 days. We did talk for a while yesterday, and ended up, Tony ended up coming down here and dropping drops, and we had Benny on, and Adam on, and Paul on, and Spykin was on, and we did do our own little Zoom last night.
A fun time last night. It was a party on Zoom, a Zoom party.
Oh, our friend Gen X George, who hasn't been feeling well, told me he's here. Sorry, man, I'm giving away your lurking. Yes, you're lurking. Gen X, we love you, brother. Come back to us soon and get well, honey. So, you're always welcome here. So anyway, so you were talking about how, like, you in the South, all these maggots are getting ready for civil war. Now, I feel like we hear this here, but coming from your fresh perspective, you're like, these people are fucking serious. They seriously think there's going to be a fucking war. And this is my fear.
Yeah.
This is my fear for the next 6 months until the election, and even after Donald loses. After he loses is what I'm really afraid of, in between the election and the inauguration. We might have a fucking full-out war during the fucking holidays, because these maggots are going to go out and start shooting everything up with their fucking AR-15s. I mean, I don't know. I am scared about this, right? I have a legitimate fear. But the reason why I have a legitimate fear is because Donald Trump's fucking stochastic terrorism and
Low battery,
I hear.
Yep.
Okay. Midas Kevin, I love you too, honey. You're awesome too. So I'm just saying, I do have a legitimate fear because of the stochastic terrorism. We see Donald Trump go out there and say, well, January 6th, come to D.C. will be wild. Oh, really? Now we've got fucking... I got to bring you down just a notch, so go ahead and talk.
Oh, yeah. How's that?
Yeah. Go ahead and talk a little bit more.
You don't want me yelling at you.
Well, the thing is you're so red hot without the headphones in.
Without the headphones in, yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's good. I just trying to even it out a little bit so it's not, blowing people's ear holes out.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. I'm not in that business.
No,
I'm
that's
not in
my
the business
job.
of hurting people.
That's my job. I'm being the musician, the loud fucking screaming guitar. Yeah, that's my job. Plus, I get really pissed off.
Sit down and let's color.
Yeah. Plus, I get really pissed off, and sometimes I'm like screaming into the microphone, and Tony's like, if you're gonna scream, back off the microphone. I'm like, I can't help it. I'm so fucking mad.
Like, I'm gonna eat the microphone. I'm so mad.
Yeah. Well, plus, when you're a musician, this is a musician's mic. This is what I do when I just sing. It's my mic. My lips are right on the fucking thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is a studio mic. You gotta kind of stay away. You can't. I can't be on it like this and talk the way I normally talk. You just be like, oh my god,
creepy.
It's too loud. You're like, they already don't like mouthy fucking women like me, drinking and smoking and fucking, speaking my mind and swearing. Oh, I'm cussing. Oh my god, my delicate ears. Give me a freaking break. Well, that's Benny's and my bitch. Benny's and my bitch.
You need to.
Where's
your June Cleaver? I was watching the what was it, your other show where you guys were talking about June Cleaver. You need to put your June Cleaver on and protect your microphone.
Was that HBL with Brian?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, for those of you guys who don't know, I have two shows. This one with Benny and HBL Radio Nation with Brian. That's on Thursdays at 5:30 Eastern Standard Time. And by the way, you are more than welcome to join us there too. And normally Tony's here, so if you wanted to jump in, you could totally jump in whenever you want. You've got carte blanche to call us from the Congo and be like, yeah, I'm calling from the Congo and I'm going to like totally like be your, your reporter from here. And
I'm your new African friend.
Mm-hmm.
I'm an African American. So
my poor girlfriend, she's like, I don't know what to do. I feel like I'm...
Doesn't anyone notice this? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Poor thing. I felt so bad for her, though. I really did. It's I don't know. We're such a deeply racist country, and now you keep saying that, oh no, she disappeared again. It's okay. It's okay. She's still here. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. I was checking something. Sorry.
No, it's okay. But what the fuck was I gonna say? What the fuck was I gonna say? I'm like, oh
yeah.
no,
So yeah. When I was saying about the Civil War thing, these people are serious.
I know.
They are serious. And these are like friends that I've known for a long time, family members, and I'm like, they seriously think there's a war coming, and they seriously don't see that they're part of the problem and that they've been manipulated to be part of the problem. And it's scary. I think it's a little scary from an outside perspective now. I feel like I think Americans are traumatized. You guys need some therapy.
No shit. Well, 4 years.
You need some music therapy. You need some art therapy. You need, man. We need to sit everybody down all together and make them draw pictures together.
4 years of Trump. 4 years of Trump. A fucking real bad year of fucking COVID. Biden gets back in. At least we can breathe a little easier, but it's still been a shit show ever since. Biden's doing great. I don't worry about Biden. I like Biden. He's fucking doing the job and doing it magnificently. He's done things for the American people, where all I see is the Republicans trying to take things away. Then they fucking overturn Roe, Supreme Court. You motherfuckers. You are fucking with the wrong fucking... No, we're not going back. That's what I was going to. Is your country is trying to take you back to the 1800s, or Congo is trying to take Africa. Guess what? They're reverting laws about abortion back to 1864 when women didn't have the vote and black people were still slaves and fucking we're not going back. We will go back kicking and screaming, motherfucker. You want a civil war? Okay. Just want you to know, Democrats have guns too.
Well,
we just don't go to the ice cream store. We just don't go to the ice cream store wearing our guns because we're afraid we're gonna get shot getting a fucking cup of coffee or a fucking sandwich. Go ahead, honey.
Oh, my big thing for all the white males that want to control women's bodies is there is a great solution for the abortion problem. It's called a vasectomy. Go get a vasectomy, and then you don't have to worry about this.
Brian, my HBL Radio Nation partner, he tells us all the time, hey, this is a great solution. I got it. It was fine. I had a fucking ice pack on my fucking junk for a day, and I was fine. Literally walked out of there like no problem. It was nothing. Nothing compared to what a woman has to go through for pregnancy or anything else. Anything else a woman has to go through. He's like, it's a small price to pay.
Yes, it is. Yeah, and I mean, it would be
And-
that simple. The other thing is that Europeans,
And it can be
most
reversed.
of my European friends don't really understand why we have such an issue with abortion. And then upon talking with a lot of them, I've come to the conclusion that in Europe, there are a lot less abortions because they have a lot more access to healthcare and they have a lot more access to birth control. And that because
And wait,
the
hold.
idea
I
is
don't mean to
have
interrupt.
healthy women.
I don't mean to interrupt, but there's bigger penalties for rape. You got
Yes.
rapists, serial rapists who get like 4-6 months. And you're like, fucking, what the fuck is this? Go on.
Yeah, and so when women are taken care of better,
Everybody does better.
and feel more secure, then you feel more secure having a child. You have less miscarriages. You have less health problems that lead to a medically necessary abortion. There's all these like layers where I'm like, why don't you quit telling women what to do and start offering them care, actual health care. But
They don't want that.
But I've also said, Republicans they're not pro-life. They are not pro-life. Pro-life is a bullshit blanket. If you are pro-life, then it's not just about abortion. It's about death penalty. It's about war. It's about, it's about all of it. When you say pro-life, you need to take that on. You want to say that, you want to have that title, take it all the way. That also means that when that baby's born, you need to help take care of it.
Feed
because
it, clothe
that's a
it,
life.
educate it. 3 things
Yeah.
they don't want to do. They're just waiting for it to turn 18 so they can put a gun in its fucking hand and send it off to a fucking war. Here you go. No.
And tax it.
Yeah.
Yep, tax it. And so I'm like, there's nothing pro-life about that. It's pro-control.
Yep.
And that's it. Because
Michelle-
if you were pro-life and are truly pro-life, then you will take certain stands on other things too.
Michelle, I think that's why we don't have
I think
universal
about,
health
like,
care here.
There's not a huge amount of Quakers, but there's still quite a few Quakers in the US. And I think about them when people say pro-life, because they were part of the abolitionist movement. They've been part of the suffrage movement. They're always part of human rights. They stand against the death penalty.
Benny and I call ourselves the 21st century suffragettes. We've already fought these battles. We have to do it again, and we will do it. Like we're not going down. We're not going to be fucking Handmaid's Tale here, bros. And I think that's another reason why we don't have universal health care like other fucking countries do, because they want to keep women controlled. They want to use the abortion. And if you give universal health care to everybody, that means women get health care. We can't fucking have that. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
We can't
Healthy
have that.
women? Oh, my God. What will fragile white men do?
Oh my God. Seriously, there's a reason why we don't have fucking health care here. Every other fucking normal country has goddamn health care for everyone. It doesn't cost you 10 grand, 15 grand to have a fucking kid. Somebody's calling in.
No.
Oh, and it's a surprise. I don't know who it is. Area code 517. Oh, here we go.
Call from.
Mark Pocus.
Oh,
To accept, press 1.
hi, Mark. How you doing?
Hey, Diane. Hey, Michelle.
Can you hear him, Michelle?
My little cat Annie saying hello also. I thought I'd get on this little party here.
Aw.
Well, welcome, Mark. Thanks for calling. Do you have a question for Michelle?
Not really a question. I'm just getting in on
Or statement.
on this conversation. From a men's perspective, I know that I know women are really pissed off about Roe being overturned, and there's all this, even in the chat, I'm having a back and forth with Mr. Spock. He's pointing out the issues in the Middle East, with Hamas and in Israel, but from what I'm seeing, the trends in all the elections, Roe abortion rights they're superseding all other issues, and women will not forget. I know you won't forget. You keep reminding us especially when Benny's in here. So
Yeah.
just wanted to point that out.
Benny's a massive, advocate for women's rights, and when you've lived a hard life like she has, you see why. All of us are. I mean, literally 2 years ago, June 24th, I woke up and I was a fucking second-class citizen, and I was sobbing. And my husband is like, why are you so upset? And I'm like, I don't know. I woke up today and I'm a fucking second-class citizen. There's no rules on your fucking dick, so you can shut up right the fuck now. Michelle froze, I guess. So we'll wait for her to pop out and pop back in. I don't know what's going on, but
She dropped. Okay.
yeah, but no, Mark, it's like we are not going to forget. We're not going to go back.
I know you're not.
You have a daughter.
And-
Am I wrong?
Yes.
You have a daughter, and
I have a 13-year-old daughter, and this very much impacts her, and it impacts me. It impacts all the women that are in my life. No, I'm fighting with you.
Well,
I'm there with you.
that we appreciate you, Mark, and we need more men on our side speaking about this subject when it affects the women and their daughters and all the women in their lives. It's a very important issue. We're not going to fucking go back to the fucking 1860s. You can just fuck all the way off. And I really feel like they have kept us down, even not giving everybody universal health care just to keep women down. And it's really been
ridiculous.
It's been absolutely ridiculous. I'm looking at it like a bigger picture. I hear your jealous kitty, by the way, in the background, Mark. Every time he gets on, his jealous kitty starts bitching up a storm. It's hilarious. Super jealous. Anyway.
Every time.
It never fails. But seriously, she's like, bitch, I've got my say. I need to talk up. I want to talk. Nobody's going to take away my rights.
No,
Seriously.
I just want to jump in and just give you at least there's a man on your side here. I know there's others. And plus, this calling feature, it's fucking awesome.
Do you like it? I'm really liking it. The only thing is, I feel like Spy, I think, called at the same time that you did, and so I don't know if she's on hold or what. So.
Oh, Spiken did?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I don't know if she's on hold or
I will
what.
make room for her.
Yeah.
But, no, great job, Diane, and great to meet you, Michelle. Hope you can come back and join us for some more.
Yeah, please.
But, okay.
We want.
Well,
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, honey. All right, let's see if Spy is still here. No, it looks like she hung up. I call her Spy. Spy.
I know you do. I've just known her since we were
That's
in
another
our
thing.
early 20s.
Somebody was asking how you and I met, and they were asking that in the chat. Here she is. Here she's coming in now. Here we go.
Call from
SPYKIN.
To accept, press 1. To send.
Hi, honey.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, Michelle.
Or Spiken.
Yeah, we're gonna try to keep it to Spy. Spy can, we don't want to dox her.
I just outed you, but I heard your voice and it was like,
Well, hey, listen, I have to say, thank you so much for the coffee you brought me the last time you came to visit me. Some of the best coffee I've ever had.
Congo coffee is incredible.
Absolutely. So I wanted to kind of go back to what you were talking about with the kids that you work with, as well as the reformed soldiers.
The children's soldiers. Go ahead.
So you were talking about how here in the United States we're facing this division, and we're going to have to bring those people back to our side eventually. Is that basically what you're doing with the reformed child soldiers?
There is a lot of reconciliation work that goes into that, and sitting people down and having mediations, discussions with them, having opportunities for people that may not necessarily be their victim, but have been a victim of something to express themselves and to tell their story. and for that, former child soldier to be able to not just recognize the story, but to begin to empathize, because that's where you begin to really connect people, is when you go from, oh, I heard you, or even I'm listening to you, to I care and I'm empathizing. And that's something that I find is missing in so many people around the world, is true empathy, where I genuinely care about you. I care about your well-being. I care, and so that's a big part of it, is doing reconciliation work. Sometimes they are rejected by their villages, though, and they're not allowed to come back. They're rejected by their families, especially if the rebel group took them and then brought them back to their village and forced them to commit atrocities. Their family, their friends, their village will reject them. And in those cases, we begin to train them to be leaders and to start their own groups of former child soldiers, where they're almost like an AA meeting or an NA meeting, where they're coming in together and supporting one another, encouraging one another. And so there's a few different things that we use. Also, it is individual with each child. They each have their own individual plan. Some of them never return home. Some of them stay with us all the way through university. But if we can get a kid back to their family, that is the best place for a kid to be, is with their own family. And so that's always the goal. It's not always attainable, because sometimes, and unfortunately, a lot of the people that I work with here, a lot of our recipients, so the people, not the employees, not the counselors and stuff, but the kids that we're working with, they have simultaneously been victimized and the perpetrator at the same time.
Right.
Because when you are forced to do something brutal to someone else, you are the perpetrator, but you are being victimized at the same time.
Well, you're a
And
child.
that is
when you're a child and you're brainwashed and you're 7 years old and you're killing people with a machine gun, you're obviously been brainwashed into doing this. Because no normal kids want to fucking, play soccer and, ride their bikes.
That's what they do here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the normal kids here, they're out playing, we call it football, but yeah, they're out in the streets playing. They're jumping in the lake. They're not, so, these kids have been severely brainwashed and traumatized, but they have also caused a lot of trauma. And in order for their rehabilitation to truly work, they have to see both sides of that. They have to understand that they were the victim, but also that they did bad things.
Yeah.
And that some people may never accept them in their life.
And as a
But,
child, when you're growing up and a gun is put in your hand and you're 8 years old, now you think that's normal when it's fucking not normal. And
it's not normal.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. It's like same thing with the kids here who have grown up with only knowing fucking Donald Trump. Since they were 10 years old, they've only known Donald Trump to be in office. Since they were like...
Right, they've only known him as this Donald Trump.
Not
The Apprentice.
Right.
And not the cocaine guy of the 80s.
Right.
Not the,
Not the fucking total douchebag he's been forever. But ask your parents. Ask your parents what a fucking douchebag this guy is. Everybody in New York knew what a fucking asshole he is. I can't wait for the jury to come down on him and just be like, oh yeah, put his ass in jail. It's so obvious. It's disgusting. There's so much evidence. Spy, you're still on, and everybody's asking about how we all met. So you introduced me to Michelle, but they don't know how you know Michelle, and you guys literally grew up together. You want to talk about that while I take a quick pee?
Yes. Okay. So Michelle and I met when I was right about 20 years old, and she was my closest, bestest friend during my crazy 20s. We got into lots of fights together. We got into lots of crazy stuff together, and we've kept in touch over the many years that we've been apart. And she's one of the most amazing people I have ever met in my life. And I wanted all of you out there in the YouTube land to meet her as well. So.
Well, and I met Laura because I was getting in some trouble in North Florida, and we decided that Birmingham, Alabama, of all places, was a good place to run away to and start over. And then I was introduced to Laura, or to Spike, sorry. And
you're all right.
And yeah, we became housemates. We worked together. And we did life together for a bit. Yeah, lots of craziness, lots of concerts, lots of parties, and
lots of drugs.
And we did end up in separate places, but we've managed to keep in touch throughout all these years. And every time I'm in the U.S., I try to go in and pop in for a visit. So, how's that?
Yeah. Yeah. Basically, yeah, we met, and we it's like we knew each other our entire lives, and we've maintained contact since then. And yeah, it's actually the only reason I have Facebook, so I can talk to Michelle in Africa. Michelle.
You're not the only one who says that. There's so many of my friends that are like, I hate Facebook. I only get on there to make sure you're alive.
Yep. Well, thank you. I'm so glad I was able. I'm so glad I was able to get you two together, and that we could bring Michelle into our village.
Yes, you need to be part of our village. You are welcome to the clan.
I'm loving this little village right now. So, but I tend to. Overall now in my life, I try to just love people, despite them, because people love me despite me.
Exactly.
And so I should be able to give that out to other people. And I find that's generally the answer to a lot of things, is just loving people and having some empathy for them. And it does make
empathy and
life a little harder when you empathize. When you empathize so much with people, it is hard sometimes. It's really hard, especially here, when people are telling you their stories and stuff like that, and you can actually, like, almost physically imagine it. And but it's a skill. It's a skill, because I did not have that skill for a long time. I was. I'll just say it. I was an asshole for years. I don't know why you were friends with me.
Because you were an asshole.
Because you were an asshole.
And I loved it.
Yeah. So
you were an asshole, and I loved you for it, and that's okay.
Yeah. And so it is a skill. It's not something. I know a lot of people are like, oh, I'm just not empathetic. That's just not in my personality. It doesn't have to be in your personality. You can teach yourself to care about other people, to think that another person has just as many rights as you, that they are just as worthy as you are of life, and that they have, and give them some dignity. Yeah. Dignity.
Well, I was when you were saying that, I was thinking
it goes
feelings.
a long way.
I was thinking feelings, like when we were kids, and I saw somebody picking on the fat girl or something at school, and I actually knew the fat girl at school. Everybody called her Bertha, and I was like, no, that's not her name. And I would sit at lunch with her, and I would hang out with her. My friends were friends with her parents. Her parents were friends with my parents, so it's like we knew each other. And I hung out and I defended her all the time. I'm like, this fucking poor girl. I felt so bad for her. Everybody picked on her. I'm like, hang out with me.
Yeah.
And guess what?
I will say that even when I was an asshole, that you didn't mess with vulnerable people around me.
No.
You didn't mess with animals. You didn't mess with my house was known for kids that have been kicked out of their house, and at one point we turned a 3-bedroom townhouse into like a 6-bedroom place, and there was a kid living in a walk-in closet because his parents had kicked him out of the house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kicked him out of his house because he was gay, right?
Yeah. So, so it's one of those where, I can have a really harsh side, but I've found that it's better in life for me and for other people if I just let that soft side out more often. And just tell people, there's nothing that stops a MAGA person faster than if you just look them right in the eyes as they're talking and you just go, oh man, I really love you. How are you feeling? How are you doing? What's going on in your life? Don't talk to me about politics.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm here for. I can watch YouTube, I can watch news, I can read articles on that. And it does shut them down really, really fast. So
because they don't think that way anymore. They stop
Kill them
thinking.
with kindness.
What was that?
Yeah.
I said kill them with kindness.
Yeah.
That's been my motto my entire life.
Yeah. Kill them with kindness.
I mean, there are times that I just have to walk away or I just have to say something. But overall, I just find, when I'm in the U.S., I look at the U.S. as being very similar to where I live now. That it's a bunch of traumatized people that can't get along and have tribal differences.
Yep.
And I just approach Americans like that. And like I'm always doing therapy with them, that I'm always trying to rehabilitate them. Does it work? I have no clue. I have no clue because I feel like the deep South that I'm in is still very red. And it makes me sad because I grew up in a very purple Florida and I liked it purple. That was a different kind of Republican, a different kind of Democrat. But I also know that it was also a very different experience for people that may not have looked like me or had the privilege that I had. And so I don't spend a lot of time being nostalgic about it because it's not always better back then.
I've been thinking a lot about this ever since we talked yesterday, especially about American exceptionalism. How we think that we're so fucking great and we're living me. They keep thinking we're so great. Yeah, we are a really great country. We haven't been good enough. Okay, if we were a really great country, we'd be doing way better than we are. And I'd have my fucking rights and I wouldn't be a fucking second-class citizen. So, we have this thing in our heads that we're the greatest country in the world. No, we are really not. We have a shitty fucking, because of Republicans, now we have a shitty fucking educational system. We're down on the fucking charts when it comes to all these other countries. When it comes to the happiest countries of the world, we were talking about that earlier. It's like, yeah, we're way fucking down there. Like, just really?
Yeah.
How about get your fucking heads out of your ass? Quit lying to yourself. You lost the Confederate War. The Nazis lost the fucking World War II. Your flags are fucking shit. There's only one flag, and it's the American flag, and fuck all your other fucking flags.
Except the Congo flag. Except the Congo flag.
Well, I'll do the Congo flag and the rainbow flag, and that's about it.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm sick and tired of these people who lost these battles ages ago, and they're still their racism and their Confederacy and their fucking Nazism and their white supremacy and their fucking theological fucking Christian nationalist fucking fuck all y'all. All y'all are fucked up and you're all in a fucking cult. You're just fucked up.
Yeah. And
you need severe and you're making us
all
mental.
on that with a theology degree, and I'm a missionary. Yes,
Yes.
Yes.
Well, you have other degrees too. You have a theological degree, and what was the other ones?
I have a history and political science degree, and I spent a lot of time in university studying Zaire which became Congo. So,
This fucking lady.
and Africa in general, and have taken, before I even came here, I had traveled here. So
Look at you.
I love you, Michelle. Stay safe, okay?
Okay, you as well. Give love to the
Bye.
family.
Bye, Spy.
Yeah.
We'll talk to you
Bye.
soon, love.
Bye.
Bye. How fun is the call-in? I'm loving the call-in. This is the first time it's happened. So
I like it. I feel like we're like radio DJs.
I know.
You call in and request a song, but you got to give a comment first. And...
Yep. You can request a song. I got a guitar right here. I'll just play it for you. Just kidding.
You don't want to request one from me. I'm tone deaf. I don't sing. I don't play instruments.
No, Kevin Anderson said at one point back in he's like, "You're now a call girl." Yeah, you can call me, bro.
I do need to correct myself from earlier. I used the P word with Stormy Daniels, and I think I'm now supposed to say sex workers. But in French and in Swahili, there are no alternative terms. So we just keep using the same term. And since I generally don't speak in English this much of my day,
yeah, that's another
most
thing.
of my day is not...
You speak Swahili, right?
Yes, I speak Swahili and a little bit of French. I read and hear French. I speak, hear, and read Swahili.
Okay.
And so, yeah, and it's I love it. It's a great language. If you're looking for a language to pick up, just because you want to learn a language, Swahili is super easy.
Really?
It's got rules. All the letters are pronounced the same all the time. Everything works. It is not complicated. It is such an easy language.
Right.
French, not so much. Not so much.
I grew up Italian, learning a bit of Italian. I can hear it. I can't really speak it. I can't write it or anything like that. And then I took French in school. So I'm better with that. I can pick out words. But there's one thing I've always wanted was to speak another language regardless. I kind of want to pick like Spanish, because Spanish, you can also get Italian and a whole bunch of other languages. They're all very similar. And
Portuguese. Portuguese, Spanish.
Yeah, so it's
Italian.
Like it kind of covers a lot.
Even a little bit of French.
It covers a lot. And then I don't know, I always had a good ear, but maybe it's because I'm a musician, I had a good ear for languages. I can repeat what you say. Sometimes it's hard to hear you, like, I don't know if it's a V or a B or whatever, but, when you're pronouncing these African places, I'm like, some of them we've never heard before,
Right. That's one of my other responses to MAGA people is when they'll start, and I don't know if they're trying to recruit me or if they're trying to see if I'm on their side, but they'll just start in on me, and I'll just be like, stop. If you can spell Felix Antoine Tshisekedi, I will talk to you about politics, because that's the president of the country I live in, and that's the politics I care about. And
I love that his name is Felix.
It took me months to learn how to spell his name, so there's no way they're going to spell his name.
Right, yeah. Adam's looking it up right now, and he's speaking in the chat in French. Mon Dieu, j'avais compris que votre français n'a été très rempli. I don't know if I'm saying any of that right.
Yeah, I would probably need to see that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think you might have pronounced it a little bit American.
Probably. Well, too much American. But, it's been a long time since I've tried to speak French. Thanks, Adam, for showing off, you asshole. How many languages do you speak, Adam?
I'll just start busting out some Swahili. So, and then I'll just show everybody up.
All right, give us some swear words in Swahili.
I don't actually know swear words in Swahili.
Okay. Are there?
I know
no
that's
swear words.
disappointing, but like I found out here we mix the language, so it's mostly Swahili and then a little bit of French and a tiny bit of English. And what I find is that they use the English swear words here, so they'll say fuck or they'll say shit. So
they
I've
use
never
American
learned the
swear
Swahili
words?
words.
They use American swear words in Swahili? That's
Here
fascinating.
in Goma.
See, this is the kind of stuff I like to hear. I really like to hear, learning about different cultures and learning about different places in the world. If you don't get to travel, if you don't have the money, the finances to fucking travel, it's a lot of money to travel.
It does.
It
does. It costs me just in airfare. I spend $3,000 coming and going from the U.S.
Right.
In airfare and fees and visas and all of these fun things that you have to pay for when you travel. It costs me $3,000.
Yeah.
So I have to save. That's why I only go back once a year, because every month I'm having to put aside a little bit of money just so I can get back to the U.S. every year. And, so it's a bit, it is expensive. And that's why I hear people, when people say, oh, you should, you need to get out, you need to travel, to really young people. And I'm like, are you going to help them?
Yeah.
Like, because people do need to travel, but who's going to help?
It's a lot of money,
travel?
but when I feel like when you travel, you learn so much. Like when I went to Buenos Aires, Argentina for 10 days. Holy shit. Mm-hmm. First of all, it's a very metropolitan. It's the Paris of, South America. There's Gucci and Fendi in every fucking high-end store, but the people are living in fucking poverty. And the leather goods there are phenomenal. Like just leather there in that time. And I was, being a rock and roller, I'm like, leather, everything. Give me leather. I wanted leather pants, leather jackets. I wanted leather everything. And so anyway, I love, and it just gorgeous stuff. But the thing is, I even was talking to my cousin about starting a company where I bring goods from Argentina to here, and I bring American, and I send him American goods, and we start a company like that. But the fucking economy there is for shit. And now they've got this chainsaw wielding fucking crazy cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs dude in charge of the country. And when we were there, I think I told you the story yesterday, I asked you about kidnappings, and I was like, because a week before my cousin's wedding, his bride-to-be, there was an attempted kidnapping on her. And the reason why they do this in Argentina all the time is because her daddy owned a trucking company. And if you have owned a trucking company in Argentina, you got money. And so they do that for, the money, and then they give the bride back and they get the money. It's just fucking corrupt. And, my cousin would tell me stories about getting pulled over, and he would just give the cop money, and the cop would let him go. When we were there, we were driven around by armed guards. They had guns, big guns, in the fucking car, in like a very inconspicuous 4-door coupe, and we'd sit in the back, and he would drive us around kind of like a limo, but just a small car, and with guns. And they were all hired to protect the guests of this wedding. And it was just, it was insane, but it was fascinating. Even when we pulled out of the airport, I remember my cousin giving the money, to pay for the parking, and as we were leaving, and, he he gives the guy the money, and the guy gives him the change back, and the gate goes up, and my cousin floors it. And by the way, he's in one of two PT cruisers. That's when the PT cruiser was really hot, and he literally had the only PT cruiser in Buenos Aires, Argentina, so he stuck out like a fucking sore thumb. So anyway, the guy who gave him the change for the parking, he floored it, opened his window, and threw the fucking change out the window. And my dad goes, "What the fuck are you throwing money out the window for?" And he goes, "It was fake. I can tell by the weight that it wasn't real change. It wasn't real money." And, in his broken English, trying to explain to my dad, and my dad's, hard of hearing, he's like, "What?" I think it was the first time my dad realized how corrupt Argentina is. And if you're living in a country like that, the things you have to do to survive, and I have no idea what's going on with him now.
I have entire, the way that I drive around the city here, and once again, it's a large city. We got a city of 2 million people. I take certain routes just to avoid the places where the police will be.
Yeah.
Because they'll stop me and they'll try to get bribes, and it's annoying. And it's also a little bit dangerous. You never know when you're going to have the wrong police officer.
All right. I told you, Adam was going to look up his name, and he did it. Well, now he just took it down. Why'd you take it down, brother? That Felix guy and his last name, holy shit. Why'd you retract the message, Adam? Anyway, I'm sorry to interrupt. Yeah, so you avoid these areas to get away so you don't get harassed by the cops.
Yeah, you have to avoid where the police are. And then there's times where you can't avoid them. And so what you do is you get up on the tail of the car right in front of you, and you do not let up on that, because that's how they stop you, is they step in front of the cars. And so if they can't step in front of your car, they can't get you. Right. And so it really, really sucks when there's no cars in front of you, and you're just like, man, they're gonna get me today. They're gonna get me. And and I'm gonna have to show all my car documents, all of my living documents for being here, my visas and my resident stuff, and all of this stuff. And at the end of it, when I have all my documents and there's nothing for them to find me for, they're still gonna demand that I give them money, or they won't give me back my documents. And so, it's that's life here. So
that's insane.
Right before I left, you know what they did? They outlawed window tinting on cars. And they said that was the problem. That's the reason we have insecurity in the city, is because of window tinting. And that's not the reason they were doing it. It's because a couple weeks later, they issued a new certificate, new document that we could have. You could pay, I think, $25 for it. And it says that you're allowed to have your window tinting. Right. And, so that's the kinds of things that go on here, where they're like, they outlaw something just so that they can say, oh, there's a new document. You can get a stamp and we'll let you have it. But you got to pay us $20 for it.
Yeah.
But if you don't have the stamp, you're screwed. So,
Adam put it back up. So Felix, Antoine, TSHI, ISECKEDITSHILOMBO.
You got the Chosolimbo in there too.
How the fuck do you say that? Felix, Antoine.
Felix, Antoine, Chesanketi, Chosolombo.
Chesanketi, Teslambo?
Chosolombo. Yeah.
Cheslambo.
So, close.
Shit.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's a lot. It's a mouthful.
And that's the current dude who is the president.
That is our current.
Okay.
That is our current re-elected president that was just re-elected last year.
Is he
December,
a dictator?
and inaugurated in January.
Is he a dictator?
It was. I wouldn't necessarily call it the most accurate election. When
Is he-
Americans talk about stolen elections,
Yeah.
they need to come hang out here for
So
a while.
I'm assuming he's a dictator.
Not yet, because he's still legitimately in office.
Okay.
You're allowed 2 terms here, 2 6-year terms. So at the end of this 6-year term, if he doesn't leave, then he would technically become a dictator. But during this time, he's just, just a regular president that probably did not get as many votes as it seems, since, I mean, it was like a ridiculous percentile of voter turnout.
Right.
And then our area wasn't allowed to vote. There was an entire area that wasn't allowed to vote in our province because of the war. And there were a lot of, we're talking about like probably close to 6 million people that didn't get to vote at all. So
Yeah, the
just-
city you live in is what, 3 million, you said?
yeah, so it's 2 million population, and then on top of that, we have about 1 million refugees.
Right.
So that's 3 million people.
And
in
well,
there,
we're going to have
and
more.
we are all right up on top of each other, and yeah, I love it. It's city life. I love city life.
Right. What's
Low. Battery.
that? Oh, here we go.
Yep.
Yeah, you're going to have to get 2 sets of those if you're going to hang out with me, because we're going to be on for a long time. No, it's fine, honey. Don't worry about it. As long as you're here. So just to do a little refresh for those who are joining us now or rejoining us, because we've been on for a while, and I love it, and I'm still having a great time, and I could talk to you forever. So this is Michela Smith, and she's calling us from a Democratic Republic of Congo, and she's giving us the lowdown on what has been happening there for the last 30 years and educating us all dumbass Americans, because we don't get any of this news. And I did go into full panic mode when Spy Kinar was like, I want my girlfriend to come on. You have a show, and I'm like, I totally want to meet her. I don't know nothing, 0.0 about what the hell is going on over there. And then I go, and I was like, oh, I have to do a ton of homework, and I have to, I have to figure it out and everything. And I know
0.0
about what's going on there. And I realize that most Americans know
0.0
about what's going on there. So I figured this is such a great opportunity, and you're so smart and really a great humanitarian. And I really have, dug the last 2 days of talking to you, and I've been so excited about this. And I just hope I hope that
I've loved talking to you too. It's been a blast. And you've been so encouraging too. And I like people that are eager to learn something. Not knowing about something isn't a big deal. Not wanting to learn about it, that's where the problem comes in.
That's the problem. I remember having guitar players going, I could play any song in the whole entire world. And I'm like, oh, really? Can you play Brass in Pocket by the Pretenders? They're like, no, I don't know. Play that song. I don't know. Who's the Pretenders? No, wait a minute.
Get out of here. Get out.
Can play,
you don't know the Pretenders?
You can play Led Zeppelin, every Led Zeppelin song. You can play every fucking Beatles song. You can play every Rolling Stones song. But you never learned a Janis Joplin song, a Pretender song, a Blondie song, anything, nothing, no chicken. How about Aretha Franklin? Oh, nothing? Got you there, bro.
How about some L7? Some L7?
Yeah, there you go.
How about Shit List? That's what you're on now.
Melissa Etheridge, anything? Got nothing there, do ya, guy? So, how about some Fleetwood Mac? Oh, no. Lindsey Buckingham's a shitty guitar player. Uh-huh. How about Prince? Nobody in Florida knew what a Prince song was until I got there. Now they're all playing Kiss by Prince the wrong way because you can't play Prince the correct way because all the guitars were backwards. Just saying.
Yeah, I was gonna say his guitars are backwards.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, I mean, you could, but you're gonna have to learn how to play guitar separately.
You gotta fake it. That's the best way to play Kiss is to fake it.
The guitar hero it.
Yeah. That's what we do.
All right. Well, it is 11 o'clock here,
okay,
and
honey. I don't want to make you late.
My power just cut out again, which means my backup battery is probably going to go out soon.
Okay.
So I should probably wrap things up with you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. And I told you again, you have an open invitation. You just give us the heads up. You know when we're on, and even when we're not on, if you want to, join us, just give us a heads up, honey. We'll record it and we'll put it on the show. We'll put it on our channel so people know what's going on. I think the more knowledge we have, the better off we are. Keep being a sponge. Keep absorbing knowledge. I learn new shit every fucking day. Literally. Every day of my life, I've learned something new. And that's
just one of the
appreciate
fun
your
things
time.
about life is you get to learn something new every day.
Right.
So,
and I really appreciate your time that you spent with me yesterday and the time that you spent with us today. And everybody, cheers, Michelle. Thank you so much, Michelle Smith. You're getting a lot of love in the chat.
Oh,
and you know what?
You guys have been great. I really wish Benny had been able to be here because I really, she had me just I got off the phone with you guys last night, just like in such a good mood.
She's a funny lady.
I was exhausted, passed out, but in a great mood.
Yeah.
Just like being in that little bit of time that we had of laughing together, being sarcastic together, ranting together.
Yeah.
Benny's
a good soul.
I really, really appreciate it. I appreciate that you would take the time to do that.
Well, thank you.
And that you show some concern for a country that I've learned to love so much. And don't be a stranger. I'll try not to be either.
Please don't.
And
please
your listeners, thank you guys so much too. So.
Thanks again, Michelle. And, I think I'm going to stay on for a minute and maybe take some calls. But please have a good night. And, now that you're my good friend. Now you're my good friend. Now I'm going to worry about you. So you just keep in touch with us.
Are you my friend?
You're my bestie, babe. Come on.
Are you my best friend?
Come on. You're my new bestie. No, seriously, you're loads of fun. You're loads of fun. I can't wait till you come back. You're more than welcome anytime. And, please do me. Well, I should have done this earlier. If you could have dropped your links in the chat. And then if
you'll stay on for a bit, what I'll do is come into the comments and drop them. Okay?
Do it.
Aren't we brilliant?
We're
together?
So brilliant. We're so brilliant. Again, thank you again so much for joining us, and I can't wait to see you again. And keep in touch, love.
I will, and I just have to say I love you guys. I always tell people I love them. And if we were here in person, I would make you give me a hug.
I would demand it. I would demand it.
Yeah, well, anybody who says that they don't want or need a hug, they really need one.
Yeah.
So I just have a thing here that, we all have shit. There's shit that happens every single day. So when you see someone, you should just tell them that you love them and give them a hug.
Yep.
So
I agree with you 100%.
All right. You guys have a good night. Be safe.
You too.
And next time you're having an evening jam together, make sure to let me know too.
Oh, I'll do it.
Okay.
I'll do it. Maybe I'll give you a private show. Just kidding. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Mungu akubariki sana. Asante sana. There's your Swahili. I said, God bless you very much, and thank you very much. Yeah.
That's awesome. We got to hear more of it next time. Have a good night, honey.
All right.
Thanks.
Bye.
Wow, you guys, what beautiful soul right there. Beautiful, beautiful soul. Beautiful person. You know, it takes a lot to be massive humanitarian. She's still trying. She's like, I'm trying to hang up. I can't hang up. I can't get out of here.
I know, I can't.
I can't quit you.
It won't let me. There. Sorry.
It's okay. If you guys want to call in, the number is 248-780-9775. Please call in. You know, I just feel like hanging out a little bit longer. I don't know. We've just been messing around. Look, what a beautiful person. I love her. I mean, you couldn't get a more, you know, what's the word? Just like humanitarian. I don't know what the word is. It's just so beautiful. How do I get the picture to be just this picture? Zoom box. Maybe. No, that's not it. Mainframe. No, that's not it. Bat cave. I know that's not it. Anybody want to call in? Because if you guys don't want to call in, or you don't want to talk anymore, I'll go. A genuine person, beautiful soul. What a gem. Yep. Wow. Yeah, I know I'm split. I don't know how to fix it. PayPal, bottom text, Zoom, calling drops every Tuesday, Bat Cave. I'm not getting anywhere with this. Anyway. All right, well, if I got nobody to talk to, I guess I'll go. I'm all bummed. I had such a good time today talking to Michelle. What beautiful. Love it. I wish Benny could be here because Benny is a hoot and she's another good soul. And, you know, I hope she's feeling better and she will join us again. And I'm sure we'll probably do a pop-up or something else. We don't know. 5 Eggs is probably taking a nap upstairs. He's stayed up late, woke up early, went to work. Here we go. Got a phone call. Incoming.
Call from.
Benny is a hoot, and she
To accept, press 1.
probably taking a nap upstairs.
Hello. You got to turn down your radio. Hello.
Hello,
Who's this?
Incoming.
this is Jim. Is this the
Hi.
Betty and Diane thing?
Hi, Jim. I know you, Jim the Geek. You got to turn your radio off in the background.
Oh, hey. Long time watcher, first time caller.
Everybody's going to be a first-time caller because this is brand spanking new. Jim, how you doing, honey? What's going on?
I want to get right to it so I don't keep you here too long. Regarding the conversation we were having earlier about women in society generally, a lot of our troubles that we're having now, or that we've had for a while, stems from the fact that most Western cultures and societies are patriarchal. And that may, I don't know where that stems from, but
Oh, shit. What the fuck did I do? Oh, fuck. Switch. Oh, what did I do? I'm sorry, Jim. I missed.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I cut out for a second. Most patriarchal what? Patriarchal what?
Most Western societies are patriarchal.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that's gone on forever. The religion had a lot to do with that as well. So we're at a point in our so-called advanced civilizations now where giving women, we gave quote unquote women the right to vote and all that, and it's clashing against our patriarchal societal organization.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that's where a lot of the it's people, men who held the power before are now having to give it up, and nobody likes to do that once they got power.
No. Well, and I feel like men have been in charge, in power for so long, and they've zero respect for the women who brought them up. If you're gonna treat them like this and take away their rights, then you don't give a shit about your mom. You don't give a shit about your wife. You don't give a shit about your fucking daughters. I don't know how you could
Correct.
do this.
I don't understand it either. It's similar in a way to the division we have in this country with the southern border. There are other races coming to the United States, and the white power that has been in charge of the United States for so long.
They're terrified.
Is worried that their power is going to be diminished by all these people of color coming in. Okay.
Yeah.
And
they're terrified.
It's all the same. It's all the same feelings and emotions and everything being played out there as there is in the patriarchal society, realizing that they have to open up their power positions to women now.
They don't want to relinquish even a tiny bit of power. I mean, literally, they want to take us back to the 1860s before women had the right to vote. And we're not going to go back. And that's what I was trying to look for, babe. I couldn't find it. Oh, okay.
Right. And the more they realize that we're not going back, the more violent they will become.
Well, and I feel like, Jim...
This was all predicted 30 years ago when women's rights became more widespread. Everybody knew this was going to eventually rise to a peak.
It would come to a head where...
The backlash was going to... I'm sorry. The backlash was going to rise to a peak, and I think we're at it now. We need to muscle through it, or whatever it is, and hopefully come out better after it's all over.
No, and Jim, I really appreciate you speaking on this because we need more men talking about women's rights. And I feel like when you guys talk, your other guys hear you better. So when we talk, they're just like, oh, they're hysterical and they're overreacting and they're fucking, they're on their period. And they're
women.
No, it's like, no, we need more guys like you speaking truth to other guys being like, listen, they're coming after women. They're coming after everything else. If Roe can fall, what did Hakeem Jeffries say the other day? He goes, if Roe can fall, Social Security, Medicare, anything that's in the fucking Constitution can fucking fall. That means voting for women. That means blacks go back to slavery. They want to change this world back to colonial rule and law where white men with land and money own everything. And we're saying
and control everything.
Fuck you. We're not going back.
No.
No, and
we can't because women have contributed so much. Some part of the great advancements of our
society,
technological world were done by women.
How about the code breakers? Like code breakers in World War II, they were all women. You know, the one woman that got us on the moon, right? Wasn't the one chick that like did the mathematics to get us on the fucking moon?
The women that ran the simple computers that worked on the Manhattan Project.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much. And, June 24th, I don't know if anybody knows, but June 24th, it's a Monday, June the 24th. It's the 2nd year anniversary of the fall of Roe. It's a women's strike. And we're not supposed to work. We're not supposed to do anything. We're supposed to kick our feet back up and like lay in the sun and do nothing and not spend any money and not go to work and not take care of the kids and not cook dinner and not fucking do a load of laundry. Don't do jack fucking shit. Total fucking strike. You'll see a bump in the economy go down because, oh, we're not getting our hair done, our nails done, or we're not driving anywhere. We're not, you'll see it.
That's all well and good. That's all well and good for women who have men who will understand that.
And then also,
there are many women who have men who will abuse them for that.
I know. We know this. And if there are women out there and you need help, you reach out to us and we will do everything in our power to fucking help you. If you know anybody who needs help, we'll do anything to help you. Anything. Raise money, start a GoFundMe. I'll drive to fucking wherever to go pick you up myself. You know what I mean? I tell Adam all the time, I wish I had a helicopter and I just swoop you up out of fucking Hawaii and get you out of there. Even though Hawaii's a beautiful place, but he's surrounded by MAGA and they're, it's awful for him. And I love him so much.
We need more of the women who inherited a lot of their wealth from their dead husbands to start applying that wealth to female causes.
Well, okay. I hear what you're saying, but that's, a very few number. I don't know what the numbers are. But I'm just saying.
I bet there's a lot of gray blue hairs out there that have a lot of money.
Well,
they've killed off multiple husbands.
Yeah. What I was thinking, Jim, is that, there's a lot of Republican women w'ho've had abortions too.
Oh yeah,
and that's
no,
where
abortion,
I think
abortion cuts across all races, all classes.
Yeah.
That is the issue for this election.
Yeah. You guys, I'm sorry. I see that I've missed 3 calls. Like this is very new, so I'm sorry that.
Okay.
No,
sorry to take up all your time.
No, Jim.
I love your show.
Thank you, Jim.
Can't wait to hear it next.
Thank you, Jim, and we'll see you next time. We love you, brother. So, anybody, if I've missed your call, please feel free to call in again. I guess when somebody calls in, all right, I don't know what this is. Can I connect to Paul? It's not saying that I can. It says that he called in. So try again. So when somebody's on, I guess I can't put them on hold. I don't know how to do that yet. I'm not exactly sure. So if you guys want to call in, please try again. If you try, see Paul tried to call in. And I appreciate it. And again, Jim, we need more men like you fighting and talking about women, because when they take away our rights, they're going after everybody else's rights. It's not just about us. I said it before in the show. I feel the real reason why we don't have health care in this country is because they want to keep women down. And if they gave everybody universal health care, well, that means we can't keep half the population down. The only reason they can do this with Roe right now is because we don't have universal health care. It's infuriating, these fucking Republicans fucking with our lives for so long. It's been too long, and I think we're all freaking sick and tired of it in a massive, massive way. Paul, are you going to try to call in again? Hi, Blue Tomato. And really got to thank you guys for showing up and hanging out. Michelle Smith, what a great chick. I can't wait to have her on again. And just a phenomenal spirit, phenomenal soul, phenomenal person, smart. My God, it's just beautiful what she's doing there. And there she is, Michelle Smith. I don't actually have a channel. I just generally cruise YouTube. So she's in the chat right now, and so she can drop anything. Here's Benny calling in.
Call from
Benny.
To accept, press 1.
Hi, Benny.
Hi, Annie.
You feeling better?
I'm still in throes of this thing, but I've watched the whole show. I just want everybody to know thank you so much. After I talked to you, I laid down and my phone rang, and my granddaughter got her nose busted at school today. So I had to go get her and get medicines and get her eyeglasses, and I've been running amok, and I just got back, and I've been listening now. Thank you for an amazing program, and I just wanted to thank everybody for tuning in, and I love y'all, and just keep sharing out the Benny and Diane cast.
Yep.
To your friends, and tell your friends and family. Thank you, Michelle, if you're out there listening. Hey.
She can hear you. She's in the chat.
Okay. Thank you so much for your information, your knowledge, and your passion.
Yes.
It's not falling on deaf ears over here, and we're getting the word out.
Yes.
Everybody in Chatland, I love you guys, and I'll see you next Tuesday.
I'll see you next Tuesday. If you're feeling better and you feel like doing a pop-up, you just let me know, babe.
All right, honey.
All right.
I love you guys.
Love you too.
Bye.
Bye. Healing thoughts and vibes to our friend Benny. Oh, do you want me to give her a wrench? Okay, how do I do that? How do I do that, Adam? I think I have to click on her name, yes? Here we go. Add as moderator. I think I got it. I think I got it. Did it work? Michelle, type in something. Just say hi and see if you got a wrench. Smarty farty. Not sure. Manage my own channel. Yeah. It's not easy doing this stuff, you guys. I mean, you know, the reason why Benny and I started, the reason why I started doing HBL before I even started with Benny, I wanted to vent about politics. I needed a place to get all this shit out that I've been feeling. You know, the 4 years of Trump, the fuckery, and all the shit that's come out since then, and everything that we found out since then. It's been a total shit show. Maybe just move your camera or, okay. By the way. Okay. I don't know. I'm getting a couple texts in right now, but how about Midas Kevin Anderson? Why don't you call in? That's who I want to talk to. We've never met. He calls me the greatest boss ever. But you seem like a funny guy. Seriously. Why don't you call in? You know the number, 248-780-9775. Give us a call. Give me a call. You want to say hi? We've heard from a few. 5 eggs. He's watching from upstairs. Wizzy Buff already called in. Rosebud, how you doing, honey? Blue Tomato. Sorry, Twitch did not go up today, you guys. Hi, Jackie. I don't know what happened. We started the show and Twitch was like, yeah, it's not going to start. We tried to start it twice. It didn't work. I said, fuck it. Sorry. We don't have a lot of followers on Twitch, so it was just like, fuck it. A lot of those people know how to come over here to YouTube and see us too, so if Moms Russo or anybody's out there, yeah, we love you, honey. Moms should call in. Yeah, here's your chance. Here's your shot, Kevin. Why don't you call in and say hi? because you seem like a really funny dude. Adam, you've been such a great moderator today. Jan Morgan, how you doing, honey? Oh, here's Paul calling back in.
Call from
Paul.
Hey, bro.
Hey,
How's it going, honey?
good. That's funny. You're responding before the TV shows you responding. My TV's a little delayed.
Yeah, can you speak up a little bit? It's a little hard to hear you. I can pull you up a little bit.
Sure, is that better?
Yeah, it's better. You got to
I
turn your
just wanted to
volume
say-
down in the background.
If I do it remote. Is that better?
Yep. For those who don't know, Paul is a very good friend of my husband, Five Eggs.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. Yeah, he's getting some food upstairs right now. So how you doing, honey? What's going on?
Not much. I was just going to say that it was wonderful to speak to yesterday and see her today, Michelle. It always opens up people's eyes when you have people outside the experience telling you about the experience, whatever it is.
Yeah.
This being our political mess that we have right now. It's interesting to know that you're not alone in the world.
I'm sorry, say that again. You broke up a little bit. What was that?
I said it's nice to think that you're not alone in the world. I know we're not alone in our state, in our country.
Are you still there? I don't know what happened. All of a sudden, he's muted. I don't think we're not alone when it comes to fighting for democracy. We're fighting for democracy all over the world. We do not want to live in an authoritarian or dictatorship or whatever the fuck you want to call it. You know, we just...
Yeah.
No. And we're not going to go back. And I feel like we have to keep saying we're not going to go back, motherfuckers. We've made too much progress to go back.
I feel we've got too many checks and balances to allow a dictatorship to happen.
Yeah, but our checks and balances have kind of failed. Like with the Supreme Court, these motherfuckers are literally seriously gonna fucking say that Donald Trump's got immunity. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, that's the dumbest shit. It's everything against everything that we believe as Americans. You know? No one's above the law, but apparently...
No. And that's one thing we need to understand, too, is our Constitution, our money, our beliefs is about we the people. Not we the person, but we the people.
Yeah.
And we have the power to make a difference. If there's something we don't agree with or we don't see as right, we can disagree with it.
Yep.
And make changes possible.
And we can protest about it in the streets, and we can criticize our government. You can say these things because we have freedom of speech here. Imagine where you can't even bring a book into she's got balls of steel for bringing that fucking book into the Congo when she could be arrested for having it there. You know what I mean? Like, that's like, you know, in the 60s when Russians were getting Beatles on like plastic, what were they were like plastic records. You know what I'm talking about? They would like, I don't know. They would use like any means necessary to get Beatles music in Russia in the 60s. And it's like people, we hear about people smuggling thumb drives out of North Korea on the information that's going on there. We've got people who are doing, we got whistleblowers from Boeing. I'm sorry, I'm still hearing kickback from you, Paul, but we got whistleblowers from Boeing, 2 of them have now died under mysterious circumstances. One, we're not sure if it's a murder-suicide, and one got real sick real quick and died the fucking next day. So now whistleblowers are literally under attack from big corporations. What is Boeing going around knocking people off like the fucking mob? What the fuck world are we living in?
I wouldn't count. I wouldn't say they wouldn't be able to do it because they have enough money. If you have enough money, you can pretty much do anything you want within.
La-di-da.
I mean, I hate saying his name, but look at Trump. He has what, 40,000 cases against him, and not one of them has done anything. And now we're finally getting somewhere where something could happen.
I just want to see a touch of accountability. This motherfucker has been a walking crime syndicate since birth. Fuck this fucking piece of shit. He's literally the worst kind of human being you could. I just can't even imagine the way his mind works and how he's just a mob boss. And yeah, just say fucking orange. How about Baron von Schitz's pants? Well, I don't give a fuck what you call him. You know how many fucking nicknames I have for this guy?
Oh, yeah.
I've like 5 pages of fucking nicknames for this piece of shit. We make fun of him because he's a fucking idiot, but he's a dangerous idiot. Dangerous. And sadistic. That's the word I want people to start using about Donald Trump. And the Republican Party. They're sadistic. They're sadists for wanting to go after women and monitor their menstrual cycles. They're sadists for killing off fucking 1.5 million people because of COVID. They're sadists because, you know, there's that thing that goes through my brain. Benny keeps pointing it out too. There should be punishment for the woman. When Donald Trump said that live in a fucking town hall, there should be punishment for a woman. A serial fucking rapist that hung out with Jeffrey Epstein for 30 fucking years. You're gonna tell me there should be a punishment for the fucking women? Are you fucking kidding me with this guy? I mean, it's narcissistic cannibal. Yeah, he's the terracotta tyrant. That broke me up last time, Elizabeth. There's so many nicknames we have for him, but he's literally a serial rapist saying that there should be fucking punishment for the fucking women. Give me a fucking break, man. Fuck you, you know?
Well, you know, it goes all the way back. For me, it goes all the way back to that interview he did on the bus where he said, grab women by the privates.
Yeah.
And I knew then that he's going to be able to do whatever the fuck he wants. And then when he became president, I was like, what the fuck?
And imagine if the Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal story came out right after that. It was 2 weeks before the election. He would have lost in a landslide. All the Republicans were pushing to put Pence in as the Republican nominee and take his ass out because they thought when the pussy grabbing tape came out, it was over for him. It was over. And if the fucking this shit,
it should have been.
It should have been.
But that's the problem with when you've got a lot of money, should have happened a lot. I mean, he should be poor and in jail
decades ago. Yes. Yes. E. Jean Carroll alone. I mean, he paid her $91 million. He's got 91 felony fucking counts. He owes $500 million to fuck for $500 million for fucking just New York civil fraud case. I mean, the guy is literally leveraged up to his eyeballs, and like he owes Russia money, he owes everybody fucking money. This guy's a fucking walking crime scene. So sick of him.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And then there's hundreds of thousands of people like me and you that are trying to decide what they want to eat tonight because they don't know. You know what I mean? What they have to work with in their kitchen or in their fridge.
Well,
not someone to go get them whatever the fuck they want, or they can have whatever they want at any moment. We work our asses off. I don't know.
We work our asses off just to feed ourselves, and this guy's shitting in a fucking golden toilet, calling himself a victim. Fuck him.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know. And also, you know, I was kind of curious because you're very close with your sister, and I was wondering what she says about Roe. I mean, she pay a lot of attention to politics or not really? Your sister Jen.
Oh yeah, she hates Trump more than you could imagine. And she has 2 daughters that have kids, that have girls. So all the Roe, all the women's fucking basic rights are very important to her.
It should be. It is. It's a human right. We have a human right to fucking go to a hospital and get taken care of.
Yeah.
Now they're literally airlifting women from one hospital to another because that one hospital's in a red state and the other hospital's in a fucking blue state.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, Paul, thank you for calling in, honey. And do you like the call-in thing? Is it kind of fun?
Yeah, I wanted to give it a try and see how it worked, and it seems to work very well.
Yeah, I'm kind of digging it, and I think it's fun, and I like to hear from everyone, and I like hearing what people have to say. And you don't say much when we're on a Zoom. This is the most I've ever heard you talk.
Once you get me going, I can go. But I speaking is the way I carry myself in my life. I always put other people's needs and other people's voices in front of mine until it's needed.
Right. But again, Paul, I'm going to reiterate. You know, we know each other really well. I mean, we've known each other as long as I've known Tony. Tony and I have been married 20 years.
Yeah.
I appreciate that you hear me when I'm bitching about the fucking, you know, women and how we're being treated and how it's fucking shit. And it's been going on for so long, even before Roe fell, right? So it's like we need, I'm going to reiterate it, we need guys like you speaking out about it. I love that your sister's hot about it. You know what I mean? Women are pissed.
Yeah.
They're Roe rage is fucking real. And she
has every right
to. I mean, we're of the generation too where it's like but our mothers, our grandmothers, they know women who've probably died of having an abortion. They know women who, you know, had to go to back alleys and stuff like that. Some of them did it themselves. And yeah, I know we're having feedback. It's because Paul won't fucking turn the volume down.
Nothing's on.
I can hear my kickback. I can hear it. I don't know where it's coming from, honey.
The TV's on mute. So I don't know where it's coming from.
Oh, now it's stopped. Yeah, women are pissed. And men are so dismissive of it. You know what I was thinking, Mark, is that I'm talking to Mark in the chat right now. I was thinking men don't know how to approach this subject. they're walking on eggshells with the Me Too movement, and they don't fucking know how to talk about women, and they don't, you know, there's, you guys are like, when you talk about women, like, you're like, oh, she's hot, or like, she's not, she's a 7 or whatever. I don't give a fuck. But
Yeah.
what I'm saying is that you have respect, though. You have respect for your sisters. You have respect for your nieces and your grandma and your mother, and I know your mother passed recently, and bless her soul. And it's just, it's, you have, and that's the other thing too. All these fucking men came out of a woman. All of them came out of the thing they want to control. My junk.
I always told my mom, I wouldn't exist if it wasn't for you. My dad had very little to do with it.
No man would exist without a woman. None. Not
None.
one. Not one. I don't know. I don't know how to make it more clear.
I wouldn't want to see a pregnant man.
No one should want pregnancy to be criminalized. Yeah, I don't want, pregnancy is literally being criminalized. Because guess what? This is what they've done. This is also another point I'd like to make. They've made it so a woman has to carry a dead baby to term. And then Donald Trump keeps saying that Democrats are killing babies the minute they're born. You know how he says that all the fucking time? How about the fetus was dead a long time ago? It's not a person. The fetus was dead. You forced me to carry it to term, with detrimental effects to my body and my bodily health, and maybe not even be able to have another kid again. But you're forcing me, and now you're saying that we're killing babies right when they're born. How about the baby was dead before it was born? And now you're gonna put me in jail because I kind of had a miscarriage, but it didn't, I don't know, the terms and whatever. I'm not a medical person. I don't fucking know. But I'm saying is now you're forcing them to have a dead baby. And now you're going to put them in jail for having a dead baby. There was a case in Ohio where a woman she had a miscarriage and she flushed the toilet. This happens all the fucking time. I don't know if you guys know this, but it fucking happens all the time. It's a very common thing. And because we don't have health care and we don't have study, the best thing Biden ever did is give millions of dollars to research in women's health. Because there really hasn't been a big influx of money in research about women's health. Our bodies are different than yours. We react different than you. You don't have a period, you don't have a hot flash, you can't have a baby. So, yeah, septic, women are almost assaulted and raped. Yeah, it's say like quite. Yeah, that's the other thing. The women who are assaulted, maybe 1/3 of them report it. 1/3. So when you see a number like 70,000 women in the South right now are being forced to have babies they don't want because of rape or incest.
Yeah.
You triple that fucking number now. Because most of them are not going to say a fucking word. They're terrified. They can't get out of the situation. They don't have money. They don't have a job. They don't have an education. They've been denied all these fucking things. Because of who? Republicans.
Yeah.
Shit canning just about everything they possibly can on the fucking planet. Including the fucking planet. Jesus.
Yes, very much so.
Paul,
right, I'm gonna let you go.
Paul, I love you very much. And I know I'll
Love
see
you,
you
Art.
soon. I'll probably see you in a couple hours.
Probably in an hour.
Yeah. Love you, brother.
All right. talk
Bye,
to you
honey.
soon.
Bye. All right, Kevin. Where's your call? Come on. I know you want to call me. I'm your favorite boss. Even though you're also a moderator at the Midas Network, the Midas Touch Network. Come on. You gonna call me? I'm waiting. You know the number. 248-780-9775. You guys want to call in and chit chat. Ooh, we got incoming. Incoming.
Call from
Kevin Andrews.
Kevin.
Hey.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Yep. I'm doing good.
What's going on, man? Am I your favorite boss or what?
Of course.
All right, hold on. It seems that the Zoom meeting has ended for being idle. Hold on. I have to call Tony. I think we're still live. Yeah, we're still live. I just got no picture. So let me just text him. How you doing, man? Where are you from? I'm so curious.
I'm down here in Iowa. In Ankeny.
You're in Iowa?
Yep.
And well, I love your jokes. You're a very funny person. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
I've been told that.
Now it's just a radio show because we literally have no video. I don't know what happened. I don't know. I have no idea.
All I see is black.
I know. Me too. Me too.
I'm like, okay, what happened to the screen?
So, Kevin, how did you, start listening to, how'd you get moderator on Midas Touch Network? That's a big deal.
Well, because a lot of times I felt like I had to do something and help out that being Trump being president and everything. And I was like, I've had enough.
Right.
And so I thought, maybe if I can help, then I was like, okay.
Well, I really appreciate you, coming in and helping modding the show. And I see you, in a lot of other streams like Hal's and where else have I seen you? I've seen you a bunch of places. I see you all over YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah. A big YouTuber.
Yep.
So you want to tell me a little bit more about how, do you mind if I ask how old are you? And
I'm 45.
That's nothing to be ashamed. I'm older than you, honey.
Yeah, but I always tell people that, boy, Trump was 45th president. Oh, I ain't my age.
Right? I feel like Donald Trump has aged me way farther than I thought I'd ever be. Like, I'm exhausted.
Yeah, so I'm glad I'm going to be 46 pretty soon. So, yeah.
When's your birthday?
June 20th.
June 20th?
Yep.
Well, happy birthday coming up soon. We're going to have to have a little mini celebration in the chat for you.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Seriously.
Yeah.
My birthday is July 21st, so mine's a month after yours.
And actually, I have something in common with one of my friends down here.
I know where I've also saw you're now a moderator in Boston Brian's show, right? Oh, in Texas Paul. Texas Paul.
Yeah, more in Texas Paul.
Well,
Yeah.
Texas Paul needs it because literally Mrs. Texas Paul was in there by herself with like 3,000 people. So she needed the help for sure.
And one time I remember that I got an email from Rosebud and she said that, well, somebody muted Texas Paul and his wife is mortified, and then she said, I talked to Jordy and he didn't know what to do. So I was like, And then I talked about, okay. And then one day I just talked, and then I get this, you're going to be moderator? And then I'm like, okay, I accept.
Well, that's great. She needs the help over there for sure. And, moderating is a big deal because, we get these trolls in there. They say some awful shit and it's really gross. And, I appreciate you, Kevin, so much for helping us out here, both here and on HBO. And, you're a really sweet guy, and I do get your jokes. I saw your chat. At least Diane gets my jokes. Yes, I do. And I think my favorite parts are like my favorite ones are like I want to sit next to Diane. Sitting next to Diane. So like when it's really sweet, and I think you're a really good guy, Kevin, and thank you so much for calling. And I think I think I'm gonna do another 5 minutes because Hal's gonna start. So
okay,
I've been on for a while and I need a break myself. But again, Kevin, thank you, and it's nice to talk to you. And I can't wait to talk to you again, honey.
You're welcome.
All right, we'll see you in the chats. Okay?
Okay, bye.
Bye, hun. Oh, what a sweetie. What a sweetie. I do want to thank everybody out there, what a great show. Michelle Smith, what a great person. If you missed some of it, please rewind. I know it's a long show, but hey, fuck it. What do I care? I'll keep going if you guys are still here. Adam, thank you so much. Sylvia P., Janelle Walker, Jackie, sick of it. Blue Tomato. Did I already say Mark P? I don't know. Oh, I said Sylvia P. Wayne and yeah, Wayne, honey, thank you so much. Skullsaw 9. Hey, Skullsaw, I'm bummed about the whole Twitch thing. I don't know what happened. We tried to get on Twitch twice before the show and it didn't work. Not sure what happened there. Wizzy Buff, Elizabeth, thank you so much. Jim the Geek, thanks for calling in. And everybody who called in, I did write it down. I wrote it down. Anyway, and again, a big thanks to Michelle Smith, and she's probably sleeping by now. And what a great person, passionate about what she does, and it's just really it's heartwarming, it feels good. And again, thanks you guys for being here so much. I'm going to let you guys go, and I'm going to scoot on over to Hal myself and take a break. So, have a good night, and we'll see you next Tuesday, right?
I gone? And am I lost? Where am I found? I'm alone on my birthday. I'm meeting soon from a camp.